Welcome to Stockholm and to the Swedish Parliament, the Riksdag. During the Swedish EU presidency between January and June 2023, the Riksdag is an arena for meetings and dialogue between MPs from the parliaments of the EU member states and the European Parliament. Last year, we celebrated 100 years of Swedish democracy. This year, we're commemorating 500 years of parliamentary work and decision-making. The Riksdag is an open parliament in central Stockholm. Welcome to the Riksdag.
Bienvenue à Stockholm et au Parlement suédois. Pendant la présidence suédoise du Conseil de l'UE de janvier à juin, le Riksdag, le Parlement suédois, est le lieu de rencontre et de dialogue entre les membres des parlements des pays de l'UE et le Parlement européen. L'année dernière, la démocratie suédoise a fêté ses 100 ans. Cette année marque 500 ans de travail et de prise de décision au Riksdag. Le Riksdag est un parlement ouvert, situé au cœur de Stockholm. Bienvenue au Riksdag.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and if you could kindly find your seats, we will begin session 2 now. Thank you. Okay, let's find our seats, please. Okay, I will use this one more time. Thank you. All right. Thank you very much. We have some very interesting sessions ahead of us, so I want to make sure we use our time as effectively as possible. Good morning again, and a warm welcome to day 2. As you can see in the program, my name is Gustav Lindström. I'm the director of the EU ISS, an EU agency responsible for the analysis of security and defense policies. And it is my great pleasure to welcome today's panel. We have 3 eminent speakers who are joining us. They are sitting to my right. You will see Dr. Pål Jonson, the Minister of Defense of Sweden. We have also Mr. Arnaud Danjean, former chair of the Subcommittee on Security and Defense, CSDP, who is kindly replacing Ms. Nathalie Loisieux, the chair of CSDP, who unfortunately was not able to join us at the last minute. So very happy that, Arnaud, that you can join. And last and not least, we have Rear Admiral Eva Skog Haslum, the Chief of the Swedish Navy. And each speaker will have about 5 minutes for their intervention. You will then have an opportunity for your questions and comments. The speaker list is open as of now. And we will follow the same drill as yesterday, so approximately 90 seconds, please. And if we can hold that, that would be very good to give everybody an opportunity to speak. I would also like to say from an administrative point that there will be a group photo taken right after this session. So it would be very kind if you remain in the room so that we can quickly organize the taking of that photograph. Now, just to frame the discussions, because as you have seen in the program, we are going to focus on the strategic compass. 2 framing points telegraphically. Number 1, the strategic compass is, of course, a major milestone when it comes to EU security and defense. It is the guidance that is present for the next 5 to 10 years, looking to 2030. And it is nearly 1 year since its adoption. Also, as you know, there will soon be a reporting on the implementation process. The second point, I would dare say, is that we are at an inflection point when it comes to the compass. We have war in the neighborhood that is now over 1 year old, and we also have the key deliverables that are more complex, that need careful attention and care. And I think everybody here knows that the compass is very ambitious. Unlike many other strategic documents, it has key deliverables listed. There are 81 of them. And now, over the next couple of years, there are big ticket items such as the EU rapid deployment capacity. We also have ongoing activities and also goals when it comes to military mobility. We have the toolboxes on cyber and FEMI. And we also have the live exercise coming up in the fall. So very big and very important elements on the horizon. And with this, really, I would now like to turn to the panel. And I would like to welcome very much Dr. Pål Jonson for the first intervention. Please, the floor is yours.
Honourable members of Parliament, distinguished guests, it's a privilege to meet you here in Stockholm, and it's a great honour also today to discuss the strategic compass, especially since we're close to the 1 year anniversary of the adoption of strategic compass. As you all know, Sweden has taken over the EU presidency at a crucial time for our union. A full-scale war is raging in Europe due to Russia's illegal and unprovoked invasion of Ukraine. Europe is facing the greatest security challenge challenges since the end of the Second World War. It's essential that we stand united and provide as much support as possible to a war-torn Europe, to war-torn Ukraine, be that humanitarian, being political, being economically, or being it militarily. Support to the Ukraine is an overarching top priority for the Swedish government, both nationally and within the EU. The support to Ukraine will also be at the top of our agenda next week when I have the privilege of inviting the other defense ministers in the EU when we're going to be having our informal defense ministers meeting in Stockholm as part of the Swedish EU presidency. Another priority for the Swedish presidency within the area of security and defense is the implementation of the strategic compass. With a full-scale war in Europe, it has become evident that Europe has to become a stronger and more credible geopolitical actor. The strategic compass is a move in the right direction, and I think it will help transform Europe in that direction. We are here today to talk specifically about opportunities and challenges. I will start with the opportunities and then in my final remark also go back to the biggest challenge when it comes to the implementation of the strategic compass. As you are all familiar with, the strategic compass is divided into 4 different strands. The EU should be able to act, secure and invest into our common security, and it should do so together with partners. Now, firstly, on ACT, I think with the implementation of the strategic compass, just as Gustav Lindström said, the RDC, the rapid deployment capability, will be an important move forward. It will reach full operational capacity by 2025. It will provide the EU with the capacity to deploy 5,000 soldiers wherever it's needed. We're also looking into the command and control structure, the so-called MPCC, and there is also going to be an exercise conducted in 2023 in regards to the ERDC. Secondly, I think another aspect of making the EU better be able to act is, of course, the civilian CSDP compact. And here I want to stress the importance of the EU as a security provider when it comes to the nexus between internal and external security. Here the EU has a unique capability which we would very much like to further development. Third point, when it comes to ACT, I also want to mention EU-MUM Ukraine. Of course, EU-MUM Ukraine was launched after the adoption of the strategic compass, but I think it's a very good example where the EU can act efficiently and in an effective way. Of course, when EU-MUM Ukraine, by the end of 2023, we will have been able to train well over 30,000 Ukrainian soldiers, and that's exceptionally important. Now moving on to secure. In addition, the strategic compass will help us secure our citizens by developing and adjusting to a more diverse set of threats. I think one of the benefits with the strategic compass was actually the security review that we did before we actually adopted the strategic compass. When our security services gathered and we compared notes when it came to the threat assessment. I think that's exceptionally important in order to maintain cohesion within the alliance and make sure that we have the same awareness when it comes to the threats and challenges that we are exposed to. Now moving on, of course, we are expecting also a communication from the Commission and the EAS when it comes to space and security and defense of that dimension. I think one of the lessons learned from the war in Ukraine is that space is becoming increasingly important in contemporary warfare, so we very much welcome that initiative. Another lesson learned from the war in Ukraine is the freedom of navigation. And here I know the head of the Swedish Navy will elaborate on that, of course. But therefore, we're very much also looking forward to the review of the EU's maritime strategy as well. This is an important milestone also for developing that aspect of EU's security thinking. Lastly, when it comes to this aspect, I want to also highlight the importance of EU's resilience against hybrid threats and cyber threats. And I think it's going to be important, the work that's being done now when it comes to EU cyber defense policy. Thirdly, invest. When it comes to invest, one of the things that we're all grappling with right now is the ability of our defense industrial base to deliver. We are exposed to 2 challenges at the same time. One is, of course, that a lot of us are investing now into our own armed forces. At the same time, a lot of focus right now is also being developed into supporting Ukraine for very, very good reasons. Sweden stands ready to take forward the negotiations also on the DIRPA in close collaboration with the Commission and the Parliament. And we strive for a stronger defense industrial base in Europe, shaped by excellence, and this we think could be enhanced through competition and diversity. And then last point, and the last strand is of course partnership. And lastly, on the partnership, the EU, of course, have to work with other organizations and other countries. Here I especially want to highlight the importance of the EU-NATO cooperations. EU and NATO has never worked as closely together as they did in the run-up and during the war in Ukraine. And that's very good. Therefore, we strongly welcome the third joint declaration between the EU and NATO that was adopted in January. We will make good progress on new avenues to cooperate between the EU and NATO, being it climate change, being emerging technologies, or being space. So we very much welcome this from the Swedish side of view. Other aspect of partnership is the EU's partnership also with important partners such as the United States. Here we have also made programs with the EDAs working on its administrative arrangements with the United States. We think that's very important. Of course, the EU needs to work with Canada, it needs to work with Norway, United Kingdom, and Turkey. We have proposed also making individual partnerships, and we think that's going to make the EU stronger as an actor and as a partner in the international affairs. Also on the EU-NATO cooperation, let me also stress the importance of EU and EU-NATO cooperation when it comes to mobility. Last point then, what are the challenges that we're exposed to? I just want to stress one big challenge, and I always say that history is changed by good decisions that are implemented. What we need to focus now is implementation, implementation, and implementation. I think, Gustav, you know that's better than me, but I think it's almost 60 deliverables on the strategic compass, and what we need to focus on right now is making that come through in order to make the EU a stronger geopolitical actor. Thank you very much.
Mr. Jansson, many thanks for your intervention and for having gone through the 4 baskets. And now I would like to welcome MEP Danjean, please, to take the floor for your intervention. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to speak in French, so you can put your headset. Monsieur le Ministre,
Minister, Rear Admiral, colleagues, allow me first to apologize for the absence of Madame Loiseau, who is the current chair of the Subcommittee on Security and Defence, but who can't be with us this morning. I'm not replacing her just because I'm French, but I was the previous chair of that subcommittee a few years ago. And in fact, I was president at this same place during the previous Swedish presidency a few years ago. It doesn't make me any younger. Perhaps I could also point out that I am speaking on behalf of my colleagues, members of the European Parliament, but the views that I express will reflect the thinking of the majority of members of the European Parliament, if not all, the whole range of differing sensibilities within the European Parliament. Now, the strategic compass that is almost a year old was very favourably received by the European Parliament because it responds to a need that we've often expressed. In resolutions that we've adopted over the last 10 years, we've been calling for a European white paper on the issue because we felt it was important, firstly, that we describe the strategic environment, which is one of considerable flux at the current time, but also that we prescribe certain courses of action. And for the first time, we have a document that goes beyond strategic analysis. It goes beyond description of current threats, but there's a prescriptive part with a timetable and capacity objectives. That's the first innovation as far as the strategic compass is concerned, but it's very important. In our efforts also, we felt it was important that the strategic compass be drawn up together by the 27 member states, that they contribute to the strategic compass rather than it being a text drawn up behind closed doors somewhere in Brussels. And from that point of view, having the contribution of the 27 member states, having the backing of the 27 member states is something that enriches the text. It ensures that all our concerns have been taken on board, but it also ensures that in the future, when it comes to its implementation, implementation. There's been much talk of implementation, and you're right there, Minister. In terms of implementation, it ensures that all countries will play the game. We have a lot of text circulating in Europe on security and defence issues in the last 20 years, but what's been absent is political resolve, political will. And that normally has preceded the drafting of this document. That, I think, is very important. And the last point in terms of satisfaction, as far as the European Parliament is concerned, in strategic terms, I think reality has moved faster than our texts, and what's going on in Ukraine, of course, has upset matters and has become an absolute priority. And yet the conflict in Ukraine has not rid us of the other security concerns facing the European Union. The situation in the Middle East, for example, remains extremely volatile. The situation in Africa is most worrying. And so in terms of our strategic environment, we're facing major threats, major challenges in the medium and long term. And of course, we also have the threat from the Indo-Pacific area, sort of a huge horizontal area, but I think important in terms of strategic issues. All these matters are dealt with within the strategic compass, and that's something that I think we should welcome, because, as I say, all member states find their own concerns reflected in this document. But as I say, reality has moved on, overtaken by events. And I think it's right that the war occurring in Ukraine has changed our priorities. And I agree with you, Minister. I think we can be happy with the reaction of the EU because it is based on unity, determination, and flexibility at the same time. And from that point of view, even before the implementation of the strategic compass, I think the EU has been able to show imagination and agility when it comes to using the right tools in order to respond to the situation in Ukraine. Of course, assistance comes from member states, and I think we should congratulate all member states who have turned around and provided immediate assistance to Ukraine. But there are European tools that work well. The European Peace Facility, for example, was implemented with great success. It has, in fact, been a victim of its own success, and I think we're going to have to put more funds into the European Peace Facility. I think we're talking about 3 billion in terms of eligible reimbursements, but I think we're talking about 5 billion coming in if we will have to honour those commitments if we want the EPF to work properly. And as you rightly said, we have UMAM, that's the military assistance mission in support of Ukraine, the training and support for Ukraine. It's a flexible tool, highly operational and tailored to the needs as being voiced by the Ukrainians. And then we have youth tools in the coming, the ability of Europeans to jointly procure armaments or military equipment that's required. This text is currently under examination in Council and Parliament. That's ADIRPA. So all that's very satisfactory. By way of conclusion, perhaps I can just concentrate on 3 things we need to pay attention to. As you have quite rightly said, Minister, sir, a compass is an object. In this case, it's a text. But a compass, as an object, only works if you want to use it. So once again, it's a political will, a resolve to implement the compass that will be decisive. And from that point of view, there's a pitfall ever present when talking about European mechanisms, and it's excessive red tape. There's much in the text of the compass with talk of toolboxes, hybrid toolboxes, cybersecurity toolboxes. I think we need to be a bit careful that these toolboxes don't end up as kind of gadgets, overly bureaucratic, standing in the way of acting more quickly and in a more effective manner. The second thing we need to pay attention to, we need to be careful that our ambitions are not excessively unrealistic. I think that was said by a certain number of speakers in the debate in terms of the assistance to be provided to Ukraine and European perspective as far as Ukraine is concerned. We shouldn't give rise to illusions or ambitions that we cannot then fulfill. And I think the timetable for the compass already has been overtaken by events in certain respects. There are certain things that needed to be launched in 2022 and justifiably couldn't be, because the war in Ukraine, of course, has altered a certain number of priorities. There's the rapid deployment force, for example, or rapid deployment capacity. That's something that we've tried to work on already in the past. And these subjects have turned out to be more complex than they have been. So slogans are fine, ambitions are fine, but I think we should make sure that we don't get ahead of ourselves. And then partnerships. Perhaps I can make a rather personal comment at this juncture. I think we can all welcome the fact that the transatlantic relationship functions perfectly when it comes to Russia's invasion of Ukraine. That, I think, is extremely important. I'd even say it's vital. Are we sure that this transatlantic relationship will stand the test of time in the future, or stand up to any test in the future? I think in the months to come we'll remain at the same level of commitment in terms of cooperation with our allies. It's something that we need to factor in constantly. I think we have excessive dependency on our allies currently, and I think a greater degree of European autonomy in certain capacity or capability areas would be most welcome. When it comes to third countries, I welcome the fact that we have our British friends sitting with us today, and I think the agreement that's been reached this week in London is important when it comes to re-establishing a practical, friendly relationship. It should always be practical and friendly with our British friends. So I think we need to extend a hand in friendship. But I think meetings such as this are an excellent opportunity for doing for that. Minister, compasses are there to show us the north. We're in Northern Europe today, and I think we can congratulate ourselves that countries in Northern Europe are playing an increasingly important role when it comes to European defence policy, whether it be Denmark that has joined the Common Security and Defence Policy, Sweden and Finland that are at the brink of joining NATO. I think it marks an important turn for the continent as a whole, and I welcome that on behalf of all my colleagues of the role you're playing at the head of the Council currently.
Merci pour cet exposé aussi.
Thank you for your statement, and thank you for drawing to our attention things that we need to concentrate on in the future.
Invite Rear Admiral Eva Skog Haslum, the Chief of the Royal Swedish Navy, for her intervention, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable members of Parliament, distinguished guests, it's an honour to stand here today and a privilege to express my experience and perspectives on maritime matters as a Chief of the Royal Swedish Navy. So, from a sailor's perspective, our modern society depends on energy and communication flows between nations via cables and pipelines on the seabed. The infrastructure is more essential for our communities than many people think. And as it is important for someone, it is of course in interest for an adversary to exploit this vulnerability. For the naval community, merchant shipping, offshore oil, gas rigs and wind power plants, underwater and seabed infrastructure are all well known and a natural part of our working environment. Because our societies does not stop at the shoreline, they stretch out in the maritime domain. And the protection of these installations and trading routes are in many ways vital for our prosperity or even survival. Freedom of navigation is essential, as the main transport mode for the global trade is ocean shipping. And with societies built around just-in-time consumption, the effects of a halt in merchant shipping would be instant or severe. All this combined makes the surface, subsurface and seabed a complex and advanced environment for our navies to operate in. We will require several different technical solutions for this, many of which we have not yet seen, in order to achieve control in our vast areas of operation, autonomous, remote operated, and further on, AI guided. But no matter the extent to our advancement in technology, we will always be dependent on each other. The cooperation between nations is the key for keeping us safe. With this introduction to the maritime and naval arena, I will now share 4 aspects from a maritime perspective on the EU strategic compass, its possibilities and challenges. Number 1, EU's rapid response capacity, including exercises on both land and sea, and at sea, Live X-23. As stated by the Defence Minister Johnson earlier, EU shall from 2025 and onwards have the ability to deploy a modular force up to 5,000 troops, which includes strategic capabilities within a set time frame. This first joint exercise carried out under EU's command is set in a maritime environment and focuses on an element in a military operation that can be considered one of the more critical and complex, the transition between land and sea, with potential threats from both domains. And this particular environment is well known to our Swedish Marines, who operate mainly in our archipelago and along our coastline. Number 2, military maneuverability or mobility. The decided action plan will take this work further on by expanding and including transportation infrastructure, both for civilian and military purposes, such as ports, bridges, and railways. All these critical infrastructure have vital implications on the maritime arena, even more so if unprotected and destroyed. Military mobility cannot be achieved without close cooperation between the EU and NATO. The EU has the legislative and financial tools to bring about the necessary changes, while NATO owns the defense planning that governs military transport needs. And to complicate things, national laws differ between our countries, which can be a challenge when it comes to crossing borders and coordinating forces under different commands. There are, of course, several examples of successful non-NATO cooperations. I would like to highlight the NORDEFCO cooperation with easy access, and the Finnish-Swedish cooperation we have with operating Finnish and Swedish units on daily basis under each other's commands. Number 3, maritime security and protection of shipping. And during this spring, Sweden contributes to identifying how maritime security cooperation can be made more efficient between the member states in the EU through the update of the European Maritime Security Strategy and its action plan. As countries are dependent on goods carried out by ships, we have great interests in matters of maritime security. This includes protecting existing and future global supply chains, preserve free shipping, freedom of navigation, and economic interest. All these are experienced for at least as we see in the Black Sea today. The legislation to protect infrastructure on the seabed is complex, since they are often placed in international waters where the states not easily can claim national laws. The companies that run the infrastructures are not always prepared or equipped to protect them. Also here, EU has a great opportunity in order to combine different actors in the maritime domain, such as harbors, navies, authorities, shipping companies, other companies, etc. The fourth and last, partnership. And I know that all 3 of us has been into that bullet. Sweden has been one of NATO's most active partners for a long time. For instance, we have been a part of the Partnership for Peace program since 1994. And the step to become fully integrated in NATO's standing naval forces would be quite small. We have also been highly engaged in international operations, such as EUNAVFOR Atalanta, outside the Horn of Africa, and Operation Sophia and Irene in the Mediterranean, UNIFIL MAROPS, JEF, and EI2, all including important lessons on the journey ahead. Europe and EU should grow strong together, and what we now see as a result of the Russian aggression should be used as a catalyst and motivator to engage and work together, develop, procure, train, and operate together 24/7. That is the recipe for being efficient, to deter and defend when it's needed. The challenge is to grow, and to grow quick. Even the today made decisions takes time to implement. Finally, in a complex environment, we need to look at ways to cooperate together to keep the maritime domain free and safe for all nations. with examples in the past learned from and with focus on common interest in the planning ahead. As part of the armed forces, it is our task in the Navy to be prepared for the unthinkable. We must stand robust and resilient in times of conflicts that threatens our nations and citizens, to hold fast when storms arise. Thank you.
Thank you, Rear Admiral Skog Haslund, for this intervention, also for profiling very much the maritime dimensions and how they link to other critical issues. So we have now come to the part of the panel where we'll have an opportunity to hear from you. And there's an extensive speaker list, so I will go through in the order received. I apologize in advance if I have some challenges with some names. I will do my best, but I would like to now begin with Mr. Jorge Paulo Oliveira, please. The floor is yours. And let's, again, try to limit ourselves to the 90 seconds so everybody has an opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dear colleagues, the approval of Strategic Compass central document of the Common Foreign and Security Policy represented an important step in strengthening of our posture in terms of defense. Even so, I'd like to ask if we should review this document further, since it was approved at the beginning of the war scenario in Europe with Russia's invasion of Ukraine. I'd also like to draw attention to these realities. First, the European security problem isn't just a problem of military capabilities. And second, the reinforcement of investments to increase these military capabilities isn't easily explainable to public opinion. Finally, one more question. I would like to know what additional incentives the member states could expect from the European Union in order to participate in collective investments to reinforce the military capabilities of the European Union. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. And indeed, I will invite the panelists at the very end to have an opportunity to respond and comment. Thank you. I now turn to Nacho Sanchez Amor, please.
I'm using Spanish, of course.
The current international situation compels parliaments to move from one crisis to another with little time to reflect about the instruments that would enable us to be a global actor. Of course, international diplomacy have centuries of experience, but it's not the case of the European Parliament. I want to talk about our intelligence in an exterior crisis. I'm not talking about cooperation on terrorism. I'm talking about what happened in Iran, Afghanistan, pre-Maidan, Ukraine, and our ability to use American information. What we have in the EU is an analysis service which works with open sources and depends upon intelligence sources received from international services. We do not have intelligence agencies in the field. What we have is the goodwill of national intelligence agencies, which provide a flow of information, but that can serve to reinforce their national agencies. Now, I'm not talking about our own intelligence agency. I'm not talking about sharing freely information that has been hard won with 26 other governments. But yes, it can be shared with Brussels. That would enable the EU to remain better informed. If we don't do it in that way, then the EU will have to think about establishing its own intelligence agency. Thank you.
Next on the list, I have Joël Guerriot, please.
Oui, Monsieur le Président.
Yes, thank you, Chair. On the 25th of March last year, the Strategic Compass was adopted. It reflects our analysis of the geopolitical environment. But above and beyond that, I want to emphasize that the Strategic Compass has also achieved the objective of establishing an industrial and technological basis for autonomous defense in Europe. Integrating our defense industries is a major concern, which would respond to the risk of technological dependency in an increasingly unstable world. recent initiatives, such as the establishment of a DIRPA proposed by the Commission in July 2022 to finance acquisitions in member states, followed on from the creation of the European Defence Fund in 2021, and those should be welcomed. But more than a year after the Russian aggression started in Ukraine, I think we need to accelerate our efforts. Most recent assessments state that 18% of defence investments in the European Union are carried out jointly. So that shows that there is real room for progress. I think it's extremely urgent to make sure that our actions correspond to our words, and that the strategic compass not simply be limited to an empty phrase, but establishes a roadmap towards a defense strategy respected by all.
Next, I have Mr. Pavel Fischer, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ladies and gentlemen, European Union was based on free trading, and the strategy compass that we speak about today is a very important shift in our approach to the environment and to the world. Yes, at the beginning it was more private businesses and economic interests and free trading and cooperation, economic cooperation, which shaped European Union policies. Today, the inflection point of the Russian aggression makes us to act differently. And this is a very good opportunity to serve the kit of strategic compass that we have at our disposal. Now, we have probably to do more, and we not only probably, certainly to do much more, to inform back private businesses that the times has changed, to inform private businesses, invite them on board, and also call on them to assist us to shape better our strategic policies. One example, we need to reinforce our sanction policy. If you take CNC machinery, this highly intelligent machinery produced also in the European countries, many of them were exported in Russia and serve today to produce arms. This is probably time to be much severe for export, maintenance and spare parts of CNC, because this is a tool for producing arms for Russia, and this is probably the moment to work closely with our industries. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Now I turn to Georgios Katragalos, please.
Thank you, Chair. Dear colleagues, one of the victims of the Russian aggression to Ukraine was the dialogue on the European strategic autonomy. In a moment when crucial long-term European interests are at stake, both economic and geostrategical, and many of them are not identical with those of the United States, it seems that we are completely satisfied by being the small brother of the transatlantic alliance. I would like to ask especially the French colleague, what's happened with the ideas of President Macron about the European sovereignty? Many thanks.
Thank you very much. Next, I turn over to Farah Karimi.
Thank you, Chair. In the preface of the strategic compass, Mr. Josep Borrell acknowledges that it is a guide for preparation, decision-making, and action. How effective is the strategic compass in today's reality? Is it followed consistently? Is it guiding the EU's decisions and actions? One example to consider is the case of Iran, where the government is committing human rights violations, including killing, torturing, and raping its own people, even poisoning the schoolgirls. The Revolutionary Guard is also terrorizing and destabilizing neighboring countries for years, and the inspectors of International Atomic Energy Agency have found uranium particles enriched to 83.7% purity, very close to weapons grade. EU must take actions and put IRG on the list of terrorist organizations, impose direct sanctions on all leaders of the Islamic Republic, and support the people and human rights activists in their struggle for freedom. Just imagine what a nuclear Iran allied with nuclear Russia would mean for Europe's security. It goes far beyond selling cheap and deadly drones to Russia. It is crucial that the EU maintains a consistent and principled approach to its security, one that is well prepared and acts timely. I invite members of the panel to reflect on these issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now have Richard Kols, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I can follow up on what Ms. Karimi just said, I have the same view on the strategic compass. I think over here in the room, the understanding of the term strategic compass, I think it has as many shapes and shades as the members here in this room, the understanding. Why I'm saying this? Well, in 2016, we adopted the global EU strategy. That was based that, 2003 strategy, European security strategy was outdated. So how many years later, we have a new concept, not even evaluating the global strategy. What were the pros and cons of it? We just go ahead with the new. It sounds good. It sounds convincing. And this is something where I have a problem. I think the strategic compass itself, it's a good thing, but I don't think there's a common understanding what it entitles to, especially among the national parliamentarians. And I think this is in the long term an issue. So we have adopted 2030. So I think somebody raised already evaluation after 1 year. I think it's a good thing. It has to be merit-based approach on the implementation of strategic compass. I'm in favor of that. And why I'm saying this, under the global strategy, we had the establishment of the energy union, which in the end, it seems doesn't work anymore. I mean, we have already different issue on our board. And last point I wanted to make, what the Rear Admiral mentioned, which is very important, the military mobility. If we praise that in Europe, then how come the PESCO initiative, the funding has been reduced 5 times? So it's not a priority then. So, acta non verba. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There's been already so many points and comments that we could debate on, but the list is quite long, so I'll continue, but thank you. Next is Charles Flanagan, please.
Thank you, Chair. The Compass Plan is ambitious. It must also be realistic, and given our present circumstances, it must be accelerated. It's important that we continue to speak with one voice, and in that regard, it's pleasing to see so many of the EU's neighbours present at this gathering. I want to acknowledge what our French colleague has said earlier in respect of the recently published Windsor framework between the EU and the UK. Acknowledge its importance and thank everyone on the EU side and on the UK side for their endeavour. War in Europe means decision-making must be less cumbersome, it must be faster. Cyber and hybrid threats will be more damaging and more prevalent. Ireland's health service, for example, was a victim, and we're grateful for collaboration and assistance from partners. Ireland is a non-NATO country, but we certainly embrace the principles of the compass in terms of the European Peace Facility, the EU military assistance mission, further and more detailed PESCO missions, rapid deployment forces. The ultimate point that I make here is that we've all worked hard over the past 12 months and more to speak with one voice. It's going to be more challenging, it's going to be more difficult, and our focus and resolve must be on speaking together with one voice. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now turn over to Andris Spruds, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Certainly, strategic compass is commendable that aspires to make the EU more efficient and geopolitical. But it's clear at the same time that it doesn't, the interdependence doesn't function with authoritarian states, and I think it has been a realization during the last year. So in the meantime, interdependence with and within like-minded community is crucial. So certainly from Latvia, we underline once more transatlantic relations as important linkage. And after Sweden and Finland joins NATO, and we are sure that Finland and Sweden will join NATO, so 23 countries out of 27 will be the NATO members. So harmonization with NATO documents, NATO's concept, the strategic concept with goals, partners absolutely are important. Where the EU can work more actively together, some things already been mentioned: military industry, procurement, mobility within alliance, cybersecurity, protection of critical infrastructure. The European Peace Facility has demonstrated its EU ability to act, but we also realize that it's important that all members benefit from defense fund and PESCO funding equally, not just few of the countries. And I would say the litmus test for the compass will be the plan of creating the EU rapid deployment capability by 2025. If it's a failure, the compass will become another wish list. So the political will to move forward with implementation will be certainly instrumental. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I also take an opportunity to thank all of you so far for being so good with the timing. Thank you. Next, I have Ana Maria Botella.
I will speak in Spanish. Gracias, Presidente.
Thank you, Chair. I think the key is implementation. Implementation of the strategic compass is essential. We recognize there is an urgent priority at the moment, but that cannot undermine the urgency of following the roadmap that we have. The strategic compass was adopted with unanimity, and therefore we need to be very demanding when it comes to each individual step towards our objectives. At stake, I believe, is our European identity. The importance of European defence has to be reconciled or find its place in relationship to NATO, but the capacity to anticipate effectively will come from our autonomous European identity. We cannot be ambitious for our European identity and then at the same time put it to one side. We need to have the capacity to anticipate crises. And I think the pooled intelligence of European Union countries could be a huge resource when it comes to countering aggressors such as Russia. And I think it is up to us to be more demanding, as has already been said, with regard to our intelligence capacity.
Andreas Nikolakopoulos, please.
Thank you, Chair. Dear colleagues, the promotion of the EU's role as a reliable security provider, one that can defend itself, its people, and the member states from external threats, while also projecting stability and support for its allies in the context of the internal-external security nexus, requires an effective EU role in crisis management. For the EU to improve its crisis management capabilities, it is essential to maintain a balanced development of both military and non-military CSDP means and assets. Over the whole conflict circle, civilian CSDP may prove to be the most effective response with a focus on both stabilization and prevention. The effective prevention and management of hybrid threats, which pose a rising danger to the security, stability and shared principles and values of the EU, should also be a priority. Our society and institutions must be protected from dangers like disinformation and fake news, the spread of violent extremist ideology, including online, threats to economic security, and attempts by foreign actors to instrumentalize migratory flows for political purposes. The strategic compass defines options for effectively activating the mutual assistance clause should the necessity arise in the future. We should always bear in mind that regardless how well we manage and prevent crises, the EU will occasionally be unable to prevent immediate threats. Therefore, we must be prepared to respond accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next on the list, I have Herdsma, please.
My friends, the panel has been quite enthusiastic about the strategic compass, and for a certain point, of course, there's something to be said about this, a shared European threat analysis, shared European goals, but we also have to recognize that the strategic compass is absolutely not up to task. It is like we're writing the founding act of a firefighting agency while our house is on fire. We pretend to have the time to get our house in order, but we do not have the time. We have to recognize, my friends, that without the United States, we wouldn't have been able to defend Ukraine. Without the United States. We have to recognize the fact that President Biden might be the last US president to share our values or to share the strong transatlantic bond that we have. We have to recognize that in 2025, there might be an American president who, in the best case scenario, with the best intentions, might pivot to Asia, but in the worst case scenario, will undermine NATO. And that means that we have to get our house in order. That means that a 5,000-man strong EU rapid deployment capacity is not up to task. We need to be able, as EU, to conventionally defend our borders in 2025. And I'd like to hear from the Swedish minister whether he will be pleading for an update on the compass to ensure this. And I know it is unrealistic to do this, but it's also unrealistic, I think, to be able to think that we'll be able to count on the US defense for eternity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, I have Erkki Tuomioja.
The strategic compass is an instrument which has to have a comprehensive historical understanding and have a global dimension to be able to show us the right direction. And in the light of yesterday's discussions on Ukraine, I'm not quite sure how well we are able to use our wonderful instruments effectively. While I agree 100% with the declarations of solidarity with and the need for support for Ukraine, I was concerned when many of us were complaining about the fact that the rest of the world does not, outside Europe, does not always share our view of the Russian threat and our answers to counter it. Instead of threatening these countries with sanctions, we should look in ourselves in the mirror and ask, have we reacted in the same manner to illegal use of military force, war crimes, human rights violations, and illegal occupations in other parts of the world, such as the Middle East? To win friends and to influence global events, we must not apply any kind of double standards. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think the panel on the return will have quite a number of issues to try to address, but I will move on with the list. And next I have Francisco Cesar, please.
Mr. Chair, the strategic compass, as we have witnessed here, is a valuable instrument to enhance the effectiveness of our common security defense policy. But for that to work, there is something that we can be absolutely sure. Facing these challenges means investing heavily in a more integrated and cooperative security and defense approach. It means more investment and advanced technologies. It means strengthening our security capabilities, and it means the need to reinforce multilateral and bilateral partnerships, particularly with NATO. During the preparatory work for the strategic compass, Portugal argued for the European Union to promote the extension of coordination maritime presence and to promote the updating of EU maritime security strategy, as well as the strengthening of our surveillance and information sharing capabilities. In these contexts, and to conclude, a priority for our country, and I would ask those present if and how they consider it important to deepen cooperation between the European Union and the country of the Africa continent, where Portugal has a strong presence and where Russian mercenaries have an increasing presence of the Wagner Group. And also we ask, in the area of maritime security in Africa, what challenge and opportunities can arise from this cooperation? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next on the list, I have Monica Chaburro.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you, Chair. The strategic compass is a political instrument that will outline strategic objectives for the Union in the years to come. The role of China as a global player is increasingly important in the southeastern part of the world. I think a role that has come to the fore as a result of the aggression of the Russian war in Ukraine. We're seeing the sort of information warfare, cyber warfare created a new situation in terms of defense of the European continent, and then alongside the sort of Middle East, there's the Indo-Pacific region that we need to take into account. It's no less important given the importance it represents in terms of supplies of raw materials, semiconductors, for example, to the advanced economies in the Western world. I think with the conflict in Ukraine, I think we have realized how difficult it is to ensure military supplies, and I think we need to rethink our defense policies. We have got to be able to ensure the resilience of the industry so that it can face up to future challenges, increasing that of China. The Italian Minister of Defense, Mino Crosetto, came forward with a proposal to uncouple military expenditure from the calculations in terms of public expenditure. Such a measure would enable countries with defense industries, important defense industries, but where public finances are not rosy, that's the case in Italy, but also France, would enable them to contribute to military research, which is a very important element in the light of cooperation between military industries in Europe and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you. Next on my list, Titus Korlatian, please.
Thank you. Colleagues, related to this item, one of the serious consequences of the Russian aggression against Ukraine concern directly all of us. In what sense? When Russia committed the aggression, it seriously challenged the foundation, the multilateral system established through the UN Charter, and violated fundamental principles of international law. It opened a Pandora box, and it created a precedent that can be used by some others in some other parts of the world. We can think to Iran, we can think to China. This is why we are obliged to try to work very seriously in trying to assure the accountability within the international law for the crime of aggression and trying to establish a tribunal for punishing, judging the crime of aggression. I encourage all the colleagues with all due respect, especially those EU member states, including my own country, by the way, that didn't ratify yet the Kampala agreements from 2010 to the Rome Statute of ICC, which is incriminating the crime of aggression, Article 8 bis. To do it, it will not solve the problem as such, the procedures, but it will generate the substance agreed in international law on defining in legal terms the crime of aggression. So we will have a solid foundation for advancing towards the accountability for the crime of aggression in international law. Thank you.
Thank you. I now invite Maka Botshorishvili.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I thank Swedish presidency for the invitation and opportunity to participate to this conference. Dear colleagues, Russia's brutal aggression against Ukraine made it clear that European security is impossible to ensure without peace and security in its eastern neighborhood. Without a doubt, ensuring security and unity is #1 priority for the European Union. But to respond to this aggression successfully that challenges entire European security, we have to remember that what we see in Ukraine is a continuation of the same pattern Russia has used in Georgia. We still face Russian occupation and military presence in Georgia's region that is neither legal nor justified. Unfortunately, in 2008, when Georgia became victim of a Russian invasion, the international community failed to give an adequate response that would prevent same actions in Europe. We have to be clear and firm. States should not be punished for exercising their sovereign rights to choose their own future, and we do have full right to implementation of our sovereign choices. Last year, Georgia, Ukraine, and Moldova applied for EU membership, officially stating that we see as our future within the European family. Differentiated response from the European Union to 3 membership applications leaves space for further interpretation that is neither necessary or useful. Instead, we have to embark on a robust integration process for Ukraine, Moldova, and Georgia without any delay, thus demonstrate that the European Union is a geopolitical player. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, I invite Michael Gahler, please.
Yes, thank you very much. Well, in a way, the strategic compass, when it was published last March, was already partly overtaken by events. Therefore, I'm grateful to the Minister who, among other issues, expressed the urgent need to work on certain issues with priority, for instance, to refill our depleted stocks of weapons and ammunition. And that needs to be done jointly, as national approaches will only result in scattered demands to the defence industry and unnecessary competition between EU member states, in which the bigger ones would be in privileged positions due to the size of possible orders. To avoid such competition, I think we should support the Commission's regulation proposal to incentivize joint procurement of EU member states. The Minister referred to this IDIRPA regulation. It will incentivize joint procurement of member states by covering administrative costs for joint procurement actions of at least 3 member states. As we all know, the first line of our defense is Ukraine. We do not only need to replenish our stocks, but even more to ensure the supply of Ukraine with the equipment they need. This aspect was not included in the Commission's proposal or in the Council's general approach. However, we found in the EP a way to extend the scope of the instrument that would enable us to use it to support Ukraine. We are also intending to support Moldova. The support to Ukraine and Moldova would only take place in the form of ordering additional quantities for these countries from the European industry. The financial contribution from the Union would accordingly only benefit our industry. Including these countries in the scope of the instrument is in our most fundamental interest, as it would strengthen our European security and the ties with these countries at the same time, as well as further encouraging them on their path of accession to the EU. I would appreciate if you, colleagues, could discuss this with your governments and parliamentary groups or parties in order to advocate for their support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're getting close to finishing up here, but we have only a couple more interventions. I remind everybody, if we can be telegraphic now at this stage, that would be great. Next, I invite Alekos Trifonidis, please.
Dear Excellencies, dear colleagues, the strength of the European Union should lie in unity, solidarity and determination. This is all the more important at the time when war has returned to Europe following the Russian invasion of Ukraine, as well as a major geopolitical shift where notable progress has been made with the implementation of the compass in several areas, especially in the cyber realm. Challenges remain. Success in the implementation of the EUHT will contribute to strengthening Europe's capacity to better defend against the data attempts to undermine the international position of the politico-economic cloud, and it will be benefit at those working together to blend the forces of global disaster. For this pave, I would like to repeat once again the commitment of the Republic of Cyprus to implementation of the provisions of the strategic compass, noting that at the same time that Cyprus is a member state which is under constant threat from Turkey, and for this reason is obliged to protect its sovereignty as well as the EU extend borders. That is time of the Union demonstrating practical solidarity towards Cyprus. Only if we demonstrate solidarity, we can meet the challenges ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just also to let the panelists know, when I give the floor back, I will go in reverse order of the speaking so everybody knows and can be prepared. Thank you. Next, I invite Juraj Krupa, please.
Thank you. Just to remember, do you remember Petersburg tasks, the Cologne summit deliverables, the Helsinki headline goals 2010? Do you remember what came out of PESCO? What really worked out? So, do you remember the global EU strategy and the negotiations we went through when we wanted to define our position to Russia? And now we have the strategy compass, something which is also coming with 60 deliverables. And are we capable of delivering them? How many deliverables did we have from PESCO? Why don't we learn finally from those mistakes we made? And let's be frank and honest to each other. Really. I mean, from PESCO, European mobility is working. Perfect. So let's continue on this. And things which are not working, forget about them. Why are we trying to do this once again? Like the RDC 5000. How about thinking about the decision-making process in the European Union? Because we have the EU BGs. We should always have like 2 EU BGs on standby, which should be deployed. We never deployed any of them. Now we're making an RDC of 5,000. Where are we going to deploy them? Under which circumstances? Who is going to decide this? So let's learn. We have the EPF providing for Ukraine. Why don't we using it for us? These are tools which are already working, and we are not using it for us. Let's learn. And we have lessons learned. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Ilidan Barna, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. In Romanian, there is an old word saying, with love and war, you get used to. Remember what happened 1 year ago. Firstly, in the first day, it was the citizens, but not the government, who stood up and showed solidarity. Because not only, but because of their citizens, the governments showed the solidarity which determined the sanctions and the present situations, and Putin lost, by now, his bet on indifference. The risk after 1 year of war is that the citizens and then the institutions get used with the idea of war. It's our duty as politicians, also in Brussels, also at national level, to keep the Ukrainian war / the European defense policy up on the European agenda. Because if the citizens will get used and decrease caring and interest, the governments will follow, or at least some of them. And the solidarity, as we perceive these days, will start to lose, and our compass will become just a strategy. In a world where, because of the internet fabulous spreading capacity, the official news are almost same credible for many citizens as any other news, the defense subject is not any longer just an issue for a conference like this, just an issue for experts. And should or must be more than a defense instrument, or at least should be a very live instrument, reassessed, reevaluated, and redebated periodically. Because we have these 4 pillars: act, invest, partner, and secure, the pillars of strategic compass. But it should exist I'll finish in 2 words. It should exist a connect strong line with the Europe in a very deeper and more individual way. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I now turn to Celiana Zovko, please.
Right, thank you. First, I would like to thank the panelists for excellent introduction of the issues we are facing regarding strategic compass. We are so proud of having, and according to many of us, it's already outdated. I would refer back to some of the addressed issues and ask Arnaud Danjean to give us what he just started, maybe directives in which we can go regarding this, the future that some of you addressed as well regarding the American elections, and what shall we do if we are now relying completely on American support and defense. A strategic compass was adopted with the view that all the borders should be protected. A few days ago, I had a panel in the European Parliament on Sahel. No one takes care there anymore. We had the retreat from Afghanistan and the millions of migrants waiting. We have, again, routes through Western Balkan of the migrants. We have food shortages. And these are all the issues that we are not addressing here. And what Michael Gala has rightly said, we need joint procurement. A few years ago, we had the issue with the EU rescue mechanism. No one was thinking that was serious until we had the pandemic, and through EU rescue mechanism we started getting equipment to save ourselves. Maybe that's the model that we can base our future procurement on. But we have to think about that, because the fire that we just put down, it might burn all over Europe if we don't take care of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And lastly, I would like to invite Robin Teverson, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I very much welcome the strategic compass, but particularly its recognition that it has to be in partnership with the United States, with the United Kingdom, and with NATO as well. But what I want to do is to go back to lessons as well. Several years ago, I chaired the House of Lords EU Defence and Foreign Affairs Committee. And there we had a look at European defence, and we talked a lot about battle groups. And we even had in front of us on our papers the list of every 6 months how that would rotate between member states and what it was supposed to do. But that was completely theoretical, and these things never really existed, let alone being able to be called into action. So I agree absolutely with Minister Johnson that if you want this to be real in terms of this strategic plan, you have to implement. Can I just say one other thing? My own committee in the House of Lords, the International Relations and Defence Committee, recently did a report on defence and where the UK should go. But one of the things that our members felt very strongly about was that we had to repair and increase our strong relationship with France in particular, and that the UK and France are Lancaster Gate Accords from 2010. They need to be revived, and as partly global powers and nuclear powers and members of the Permanent Security Council of the United Nations, us two nations have to work really closely together in the future, and I hope that agreement in Windsor that took place last week will enable that to be even more so.
Well done. Thank you very much. A big thank you to all of you for your comments and questions. There were lots of them, ranging from the need to review the compass all the way to asking about very specific details, be it intelligence production and analysis. So many thanks. We have just under 15 minutes, so I would now like to invite the panelists again to have their concluding remarks, and of course, if they would like to respond or comment on any of the issues that were raised by you. Of course, I recognize that you will not have the opportunity to do for every single comment, perhaps, but if you kindly pick and choose, starting in reverse order, Rear Admiral Skog Haslund, please.
Thank you very much. And I will actually absolutely pick and choose. And actually, I'm not envy the parliamentarian. Something happened. Yeah. It's easy to be Chief of Navy. I can hear that. As I said earlier, I think the new domains, cyber, space, and hybrid, that is something that EU really can be able to take care of together with the traditional arenas. I heard something about the private businesses. That is so important, because the whole government approach, the whole defense, must now actually step up a little bit more. Not only the state-owned, it's also about the private businesses. And I think it's about the legislation to the private businesses, but also to be careful of the readiness before war, not only in war. I heard so much about words and actions, and we need to implement. And I think the nations and the citizens in the nations really expect the words to become actions, absolutely. And I think always there are outdated documents, but I also can say, but without those documents, I think nothing would have been happening, even though I think it goes so much slower than we really expect. I've been in the Navy more than 35 years. I've been longing for the growth to come. And it's so sad to say that something really needs to happen before we can grow our ability to work together. It is really sad. And it is very, very easy to decommission, especially forces, and it's very, very hard to grow. So I think the patience for us to grow and the patience for us to work functional together, I think that is something that we can't actually foresee right now. So saying that, I think the qualified personnel in every spot in the society is a necessity today. So it's not only about procurement and the materials, it's also about the development of the personnel and how we can fulfill the operations together. And that is something I think we haven't seen all the challenges in already. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Rear Admiral. And I now turn to MEP Danjean, please.
Yeah, thank you. I will answer in English this time, since all the requests were in English. So, a parliamentary review and review of the text itself. Well, the text is not perfect, but in this field there is never a perfect text, because the reality goes faster than the text. But the text is satisfactory in a sense that it sets goals and ambitions, and that's what we have to stick to. I had the honor to chair the French National Review in 2017. I mean, this is an impossible exercise, because you will always face a moving reality. But what is important is the perspective that you are setting. And this global compass is probably the best text we have so far related to a strategy. And reviewing, yes, we can always review text to make it fit to the reality. But what is important is implementing it, not reviewing it. If you start reviewing it before the implementation, it doesn't make sense, because you will enter an endless process, a very bureaucratic process. So what is important is implementing, and then you are all parliamentarians, we are all parliamentarians, we have to request the proper personnel to come to tell us where we stand. You are national parliamentarian, but ask Borrell to come to your national parliament. Ask your foreign ministers and defense ministers, because they sign up to this strategic compass. 27 member states have fed this compass and have signed it. So they have to come to you and to tell where we stand. Ask Amiral Bléjean to come. All these personnel working in Brussels are very relevant, competent, and they will enlighten you on where we stand. That's the priority, not reviewing, starting the review before the implementation. Sorry, but we will waste time. I very much agree with what our colleague from Slovakia, but also our British colleague said. We have already plenty of text. Plenty of text. The best of them in terms of defense, Lisbon Treaty. Lisbon Treaty is full of provisions which, if they were implemented, would provide us with very efficient tools in terms of foreign and security policy. Article 44, about the operations and the flexibility to decide. We have endless debate about unanimity, qualified majority. Article 44 is a way out of this dilemma. We never use it. 12 years after. So please, we not only have text, we have instruments. You refer to battle groups. Indeed, never implemented. So do not reinvent the wheel all the time. We have a lot of things to implement simply with the political will. And, talking about this instrument, even in the field of intelligence, we have plenty of tools. The staff, military staff, can gather intelligence from the member states when it comes to military operation. INCENT is something which is in place. with dozens, if not hundreds, of people from national services working in Brussels to collect and to have a common assessment. So even in field of, I'm coming from the intelligence community, do not reinvent the wheel. We have many things at our disposal. It's just a lack sometimes of good coordination, political will from the member states, and as national parliament, please request your ministers and your executive to deliver. Because they sign up to this text, they sign up to these instruments. Last word about, there was something about strategic autonomy. I won't reopen the debate about strategic autonomy. There was a lot of misunderstanding about what it means and what it aims at. Referring back to what our Dutch colleague said, and also Juliana from our parliament, yes, indeed, it's not a crime against the transatlantic unity and solidarity sometimes to question what if we have a US administration which is not so favorable to the transatlantic link. It has already happened. It was not so long ago. It might come again. I mean, we were in the US recently. Many of you were in the US recently. We all know that some political forces there are not seeing multilateral cooperation, NATO cooperation, EU-US cooperation as something for granted. So we have to keep that in mind. And it's not a crime, and it's not, I would say, hindering the cooperation and the transatlantic relation, which remain existential and vital for us. And the Russian invasion in Ukraine has shown that very eloquently, unfortunately. We need the US, no doubt about that. But excessive dependencies can lead us sometimes to difficult situations. So we have to keep that in mind, be it technology, critical technology and capacity-wise, but also in operations. So we have to be able to do something sometimes by ourselves. Otherwise, I feel we might end up with some bad surprises one day.
Thank you very much, Arnaud, for really taking the time to go through many of the comments and also for highlighting some aspects like Article 44, whose practical modalities on its implementation is part of the strategic compass. So much appreciated. Now, of course, turn over to Minister Jonsson for your concluding remarks, please.
Thank you very much, and thank you for all the interventions and interesting questions. I will try to cluster them into 4 aspects: the strategic compass, implementation, strategic autonomy, EU-NATO relations, European defense industry, and somewhat also in regards to the threats from the south and threats to the east and some of the challenges with the Wagner Group. First, just completely in consensus with Hernand, when it comes to do we need to review the wordings, I think that the strategic compass was launched in March, a few weeks after the invasion of Ukraine. I think there were helpful wordings that was adjusted to adjust the wording so it depicted the security challenges that we're confronted with better. Now, I think the question we have to ask us is where we devote our political energy and our management attention. And here I just like to reiterate what I think is really important in this severe security environment, that we focus on implementing concrete measures that will enhance our security. So in the balance between implementation and chasing somewhat of a moving target, because we're in the midst of a war, we all know how we want it to end, but we're not sure it's going to end, I would recommend focusing on implementation on the strategic compass. Now, on strategic autonomy and the EU's role and NATO's role, I think it's, to my mind, it's obvious that collective defense and protecting borders from military threat is a job for NATO that has been doing well, and I expect it also to do well in the future. Otherwise, EU's great merits is the nexus between internal and external security. Now, the merits with NATO is, of course, the presence of the United States and the heavy metal metal it represents, but it's also that it has a functioning command and control structure, which is very important, and it works on standardization. It's a functioning military capabilities, which I don't think that that the EU should duplicate. And the NATO is doing quite well now. We expect in the run-up to the Vilnius summit that it will review its regional plans, its force contribution, and its command structure. So I think Article 5 and collective defense should remain in the helm of NATO. With this said, we have 100,000 troops US troops in Europe. That is good. What I want is not less America. I want more Europe. And if strategic autonomy would mean Europe taking more responsibility for its own security without the unintended consequences of sending the signals across the Atlantic that we don't want to interact, that is reasonable. But I think some of the security challenges were posed with today, and the two main ones being handling Russia and China, we need more, not less, transatlantic cooperation. Now on European defense industry and some of the challenges, I think the basic challenge that we're confronted with it is that we have an industrial base for peacetime and not adjusted for wartime. And that means that we haven't been working enough when it comes to security of supplies and our strategy and our private-public partnership. We're working on different levels. Of course, we have DIRPA and we have EDIP, who's coming later on. And then what we're focusing right now is, of course, getting enough of artillery munition to Ukraine. And here I think the most important thing is not the format and the organization, is how we can deliver as quickly as possible. I think that is really, really crucial to it. Last point, you are high up in the north, but let me be crystal clear on one thing. As being a Swede, I think it's very, very important that we have the bandwidth within the EU of both focusing on supporting Ukraine, which is, of course, the most important things right now, but we also have to have the bandwidth to handle Russia's challenges in Burkina Faso, in Mali, in CAR, in Libya, in Syria as well. We need a rollback strategy also against Russia in this. And if the Russians have the bandwidth to do this, we should, as a European Union, if we want to be a global actor. I'll stop there.
Thank you very much, Minister Johnson, for this intervention. And we have now come to the end of this session. There are two administrative points that I need to share with you. But before I do that, just to reiterate one of the key messages coming out of this session, which is the criticality of the implementation process. And again, the document is ambitious. There are the 81 objectives, of which actually 53 were to be finalized by the end of 2022. Now comes the more difficult ones that need to be done by 2025. So let's monitor the progress. And I would like if we could all just thank the panelists for their interventions, but also thank you to you for your contributions. Thank you very much. And the two administrative points are the following. First, inviting all of you, all parliamentarians, to come to the front because we're going to take a family group photo. Somehow we're going to face the photographer behind us, and let's see if we can manage this. And then, of course, there will be some coffee served just outside the chamber, and then we have the next session starting at 11 on the Arctic. Thank you again.
Yine mi verkligen?
Språkland.
I don't know if you have been. Yeah, sorry.
Dear colleagues, we would like to continue our session, so if you would be so kind to be seated for the next 1 or 2 minutes. And perhaps we could also convince a few more colleagues who are still outside at the coffee bar to eventually enter the room. We'll start in 1 minute. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome to this next session, our third session, and it will be about and on the Arctic. I would first of all like to welcome our three distinguished guest speakers who are sitting on the right-hand side from me. First of all, Ms. Ann Linde, the former Swedish Minister of Foreign Affairs. Then we have Ms. Clara Gansland, who is from the European External Action Service, and she is the Special Envoy for the Arctic. And we have Mr. Tormod Heier. He's a professor in military strategy and operations. I very much welcome that our Swedish hosts decided to put the Arctic on the topic as an agenda point on this conference. The Foreign Affairs Committee of the European Parliament has traveled twice to the Arctic in recent years. In 2018, we had a really impressive visit to Norway. We traveled up to Tromsø and then spent 2 days in Svolbard, Spitsbergen. And in this term, in 2021, we went to Greenland and Iceland. Of course, the world has changed dramatically since our last trip in 2021, but the Arctic remains very important for the European Union for many reasons: climate change, industrial and economic policies, free navigation, as well as geostrategic competition, just to mention a few. Even before the current Russian war of aggression against Ukraine, the growing Russian and Chinese interests and activities in the region were a source of concern. The recent events have undoubtedly made things worse. Pan-Arctic cooperation is urgently needed, but currently very difficult or even impossible due to Russia's actions, including Russian military activities in the High North. So we do need to find pragmatic solutions. However, only waiting until Russia returns to the international table is hardly an option, as that may take quite a while. Rather, we need to find a way to deal with the situation we are in, given the strategic importance of the region. In my view, the European Union certainly needs to become more strongly engaged, and both the latest Commission EAS joint communication of the Arctic, as well as the most recent resolution of the European Parliament, clearly point in that direction. Or, as a colleague formulated in the plenary, we need more European Union, we need more Europe in the Arctic, but we also need more Arctic on the agenda of the European Union and Europe. So what does this look like? How do we move on that path? On this, I very much look forward to hearing now from our three speakers. The rules of procedure are the same as at the last debate. You know if you want to take the floor, and we will have 90 seconds time limit for each speaker. And now I give the floor to our guest speakers for 5 minutes each, and we kick off with Anne Linde, the former Minister for Foreign Affairs. Please.
Thank you very much, David. It's a pleasure to be here, and it's a pleasure that you have chosen the Arctic as one of the main issues, because unfortunately it's not discussed enough, given the very, very important situation, because the Arctic region is becoming increasingly important for global security policy due to its strategic location, natural resources, and potential for new shipping routes. As the Arctic ice continues to melt, new opportunities for economic development and geopolitical competition are emerging. However, the changing dynamics of the Arctic pose also significant security challenges. One of the main security concerns in the Arctic is the increasing military activity in the region. What is particularly noticeable is the increased Russian activity and military buildup to defend Russian territory. Russia's new and modernized military base in the north contribute to what is called its bastion of defense. The Arctic is seen as a key area for early warning and for the global strategic nuclear weapon balance. In addition, the Russian submarine-based second strike capability has its base areas in the region. There has also been a rise in military exercises and patrol by various countries, not only Russia, but also United States and China. This has led to tension and concerns about the possibility of accidents or miscalculation that could escalate into a conflict. I can see a risk of the arms race here. The military strategic importance of the Arctic has increased, and as in the Cold War, the Arctic is the dividing line between Western countries and Russia. Security policy consequences also arise from the increased interest in the Arctic's enormous natural resources. The largest undiscovered oil and gas reserves in the Arctic are estimated to be within the continental shelves of the coastal states. The seabed around the North Pole is thought to contain large quantities of natural resources, including minerals. Climate change is also a significant security concern in the Arctic. As the ice melts, it will make these natural resources more accessible. New shipping routes are opening up, which could have major economic benefits. However, the increased shipping traffic also poses environmental risks, such as oil spills and challenges for search and rescue operation. Furthermore, the melting of the permafrost is causing infrastructure damages and releasing greenhouse gases, which contributes to global climate change. To address these challenges, there is a need for greater cooperation and dialogue between the Arctic countries. The Arctic Council, which includes representatives from the Arctic states and indigenous people, has played an important role in promoting the cooperation and addressing environmental and economic issues. Less than 2 years ago, in May 21, the Arctic Council met in Reykjavik. It might have been the last ministerial meeting of the Arctic Council. We were 8 foreign ministers there, including Tony Blinken and Sergei Lavrov, and we had intense discussion, and we even managed to get the final document, the Reykjavik Declaration, which you can Google, from May 21. The next meeting should be in 23, but since Russia took over from Iceland as president of the Arctic Council, there will be no such meeting because the other 7 countries decided to suspend Russia, shortly after the full-scale illegal invasion of Ukraine. So now it's not working. The Arctic Council is not working. The interest in the Council has always been high from non-Arctic countries. We always had to deal with questions for observership, and there were 39 observers. EU have never managed to get appointed or accepted as an observer, because both Canada and Russia were against it, for different reasons, though. China is very, very annoyed that they are not being fully in the Arctic Circle, because they call themselves a near-Arctic country. There is no such thing as a near-Arctic country, but they officially declare themselves as a near-Arctic country to be able to take part. There is also, talking about those geopolitical issues, security challenges that has to do with the lack of clear boundaries and legal frameworks for territorial claims. Countries in the region, such as Canada, Russia, Denmark, Norway, and the United States, have overlapping claims to parts of the Arctic, which has led to disputes over access to resources and control over the shipping routes. The absence of comprehensive legal framework for governing the Arctic increases the risk of conflicts and instability. So there is a need to strengthen the legal framework for governing Arctic, including resolving territorial disputes and developing rules for shipping and resources development. At the same time, it's very important to say that this is not a situation of the wild, wild north. You can just come and put a flag there and claim that it's your territory, because still the UNCLOS, the law of the sea, is actually also having the Arctic. Some countries don't accept this fully, but we have to insist on that. So in conclusion, the security policy situation in the Arctic is complex, it's rapidly evolving. As the regions becomes more accessible and the global demand for resources and shipping routes grows, it is essential to address the security challenges and promote greater cooperation between Arctic countries. The long-term stability and security of the region depend on effective governance, environmental protection, and peaceful cooperation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, dear Anne, for this very interesting introductory statement. I now give the floor to our Special Envoy for the Arctic from the European External Action Service, Clara Gansland.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for inviting me to this EPC. I think it's clear to all of us that the EU Arctic policy, as set out in most recently in the joint communication from October 21 by the Commission and High Representative Josep Borrell, does not particularly address CFSP and CSDP matters. But I also believe that it's equally clear to all of us that the Arctic regions are no longer immune to developments to other regions and theaters. So in short, the idea which for almost 3 decades dominated Arctic cooperation, the idea that disputes in other regions and external thematic areas should not contaminate Arctic cooperation, that idea really imploded on 24th February 22 in the wake of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. So meeting Russian interlocutors on a business-as-usual basis was no longer an option. And the idea of Arctic exceptionalism was no longer tenable. So thank you for putting Arctic on the agenda here today. And I really think that this falls into this pattern. The geopolitical origin for the increasing attention to security implications does not lie in the Arctic, but it clearly affects the Arctic. And telegraphically, I would just like to first recall that the Arctic file covers a wide range of issues, such as climate change and biodiversity, science and research, resources on land, sea, and under the seabed, fish, gas, oil, minerals, etc., etc., livelihoods and cultures of indigenous people, sea lanes, overflights, air pollution, tourism, safety and security issues, etc. And these issues often intersect and often also sometimes clash. Climate change is the most comprehensive threat to the globe and to the Arctic regions, and we see temperatures rising 4 times faster than the rest of the planet, melting ice and thawing permafrost. Arctic climate is not a standalone issue, but it's closely linked to economic growth, technology in use and emissions around the globe, and in turn affects global sea levels and global weather patterns. So as the ice on land and at sea melts, the region is seeing new opportunities, but also a variety of delicate challenges are emerging. So for example, the extraction of oil, gas and coal from Arctic sources cannot be seen as separate from global energy markets and global climate change. And there are many such interlinkages. While it is important to underline that the Arctic states continue to hold the primary responsibility for tackling issues within their territories, many new players have shown an interest in Arctic matters. The consequences of climate change have not only become an important political priority in the Arctic countries, but also drawn worldwide attention to the region. A global interest in the Arctic is clearly on the rise, and we see that the 8 Arctic states and their populations are now accompanied in certain fields by non-Arctic European countries, such as Germany, Spain, France, Netherlands, Italy, Belgium, Ireland, Estonia, and others, and also the UK. And with the Arctic experiencing the effects of climate change, many more non-Arctic states are looking at the region through environmental, economic, political, or strategic lens, such as China, India, Japan, Korea, or Singapore. As for the EU Arctic policy, our ambitions were, as I said at the outset, set out in the joint communication which the High Representative and European Commission published together in October 2021. And this Arctic policy sets out our engagement in the Arctic and highlighting a number of policy objectives for future years. It still stands and remains the main pillar of our actions in Arctic matters, forming the basis for what we say and do in relation to Arctic matters from the Commission and the External Action Service. And we believe that a safe, stable, sustainable, peaceful and prosperous Arctic is important not just for the Arctic itself, but also for the European Union and the world. And the EU ambitions for Arctic cooperation will be maintained, together with the ambition, which I think you also mentioned, Mr. Chair, of more EU in the Arctic and more Arctic in the EU. And with an overall aim for the EU to strengthen its Arctic engagement, our objectives fall into 3 blocks. The first one is to contribute to keeping the Arctic safe and stable by supporting regional cooperation and developing strategic foresight. The second is addressing the challenges arising as a consequence of climate change and taking strong action to tackle climate change and environmental degradation. And here, of course, science and research play a key role. And our third main objective would be to support the inclusive and sustainable development of the Arctic regions to the benefit of its inhabitants and future generations, including women and the young, and investing in future-oriented jobs in sustainable green and blue sectors of the economy, and with full respect for the rights of indigenous peoples. The EU Arctic policy does not include sections on CFSP and CSDP, and the major reason is that since the end of the Cold War, the Arctic has been viewed predominantly by all Arctic states and observers through a prism of environmental, social, and economic challenges. Still, all relevant parties are aware that since the mid-2010s, there has been a renewed build-up of hard security capacities in the Arctic regions. Russia has renovated a number of bases which were abandoned in the early 1990s and has constructed new facilities and has also developed new capacities. And in response, the United States, Canada, and Norway have increased and upgraded their capacities. And just for example, for instance, to mention the US Second Fleet, which was re-established in 2020. Finally, just to mention regarding satellites and other space-related capacity, open sources mainly cover civilian aspects. And finally, it should not be forgotten that some or even much of the capacity that is now being established may have dual-use capacities. So roads, ports, cables, satellites, and administrative buildings, health services, all of these can play a role both for civilian and hard security purposes. So now I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gansland, for presenting the position of the European Union and the European External Action Service. And now I give the floor to our third speaker, Mr. Tormod Heier. He is a professor in military strategy and operations in the Norwegian Defence Command and Staff College.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and dear European parliamentarians and distinguished guests. I think I will have a military strategic perspective on a specific part of the Arctic, which is confined by the Kola Peninsula, Franz Josefs Land, the Spitsbergen, the Barents Sea, the northern territories of Norway, Sweden, and Finland, north of the polar circle. Because this area is very much influenced by Putin's most important foreign policy instrument, and that is his nuclear force. In any other political instruments that Russia has today, they are inferior to the Western security community, apart from one instrument, and that is the nuclear forces, particularly the nuclear forces that Russians managed to put down in their submarines in the mid-1970s, these ballistic missiles, situated in the Kola fjord and in the vicinity, approximately 40 to 120 kilometers away from the Norwegian borderline. And the operational area for these forces are extremely important for Russia, as Russia is increasingly degrading its political and military power after 1 year in Ukraine. Due to the Earth chroming, the shortest trajectory line for the missiles from the Kola Peninsula towards its main rival, the United States, goes across the Spitsbergen and the Greenland towards the United States, which means that when the tension is high, the strategic value of this area is extremely important, not only for Russia, but of course also for the United States and Norway and Europe as such. Now, in order to cope with this threat, the United States and NATO and Norway has traditionally pursued a dual strategy. A strategy is that in a way a little bit inconsistent. On the one hand, we will definitely always try and will succeeding in deterring Russia. But you cannot always threaten with a whip. You always have to also provide some carrots. That's why we sometimes also do reassurance. Because we want the Arctic to maintain a stable area without any kind of militarization or great power rivalry or anything that increases the tension in a region that, at the starting point, is quite stable. We have numerous overlapping institutional regimes that provides this region with lots of transparency, predictability, and stability. And too much deterrence may easily undermine the reassurance initiatives towards Russia, so that the tension may be perceived as some kind of miscalculation, which may instantly escalate the crisis. And our key priority 1 year into the Ukraine war has been exactly to avoid a dangerous spillover from Central Europe, Eastern Europe, and into the Arctic. So that is why the dual strategy today is as valid as it was before the Ukraine war, even though we have seen a gradual slide, a little bit less restraint, a little bit more deterrence, because deterrence is the power language that Putin respects and understands. But we cannot only threaten with this whip, we also have to provide some carrots, as I said. And that is giving us, living in this region, a much broader leeway, a much more room for maneuver, more freedom of action, because we have a broader register of means to play at in order to avoid what everyone wants to avoid, which is increased tension and escalation in the high north, in the Arctic region that I just spoke about. So with those words, I think I'll make my way down again. Thank you.
Thanks also to you, Professor Heyer, for your introductory remarks. And now I will give the floor to colleagues once again. It's supposed to be 90 seconds since we don't have so many speakers in the moment as at the previous panel. We can be a bit more generous with the speaking time. And our first speaker is from Slovenia, Bojan Kekec.
Dear Chair, thank you for the floor. For most of us, the Arctic is very remote in terms of its geography and meaning. Nevertheless, it has a crucial role in balancing the global climate, as the North and South Pole have a crucial role of functioning as the world cooling system. In the Arctic, the impact of climate change is stronger than anywhere else. And if the climate countries to change with unprecedented speed in the future, the consequences will be extreme for all of us, not only the 8 Arctic states. Today, the Arctic culture and landscape is influenced by 2 powerful forces: globalization and climate change. Globalization brought modern technology and greater exposure to outside world. Climate change is reshaping the icy landscape, melting the ice cover, and opening sea waterways. Because of these new waterways, the exploitation of hydrocarbons will increase, as will the extraction of mineral and other resources. All these negative aspects are threatening the vulnerable network of Arctic ecosystems, which are rapidly changing. Such changes in the Arctic may in the future cause more and more threats to European security, not only geopolitical but also environmental. We all agree that the EU must be more proactive in foreseeing threats to its security and safety. This is why we must first join international cooperation for the Arctic region. This will not only fulfill the EU's updated Arctic policy from 2021, the EU Green Deal, and the strategic compass, but also ensure the EU's voice will be heard and shape the Arctic in the future. I would also like to ask the panelists, in the light of the lack of dialogue because of Russia's aggression in Ukraine, how do you foresee international cooperation on the Arctic? Thank you very much.
Thank you, dear colleague. Next is Pavel Fischer from the Czech Republic.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for the panelists and for putting on the spot the Arctic. I think that listening that China is near Arctic country, as Minister Linde recalled, is an amazing but very dangerous approach that we see. Last year, Russia and China signed a joint statement on cooperation in February 2022, and Arctic is there twice. So this is something which is already in written form, also as an engagement for Moscow and Beijing to cooperate on Arctic. And if we remind ourselves that freedom of navigation that was recalled by the panelists is hugely challenged by Russia in Azov Sea or in Black Sea region nowadays, or in South China Sea by People's Republic of China, which with the help of PLA succeeded to block the full blockage of Taiwan, for instance, we might draw some lessons learned. And this is my question to all the panelists. How do you see that this blatant disrespect of UNCLOS and of freedom of navigation, be it in Black Sea or in South China Sea, might be projected or reproduced in Arctic, and how should we proceed in order to prevent it and to secure Arctic in all these aspects? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Pavel. Next is Alexandra Anstrell from Sweden, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Alexandra Anstrell, member of the Swedish Parliament and in the Committee of Defence, and also chair of the Arctic delegation in the Parliament. In the northern parts of Sweden, considerable investments are being made both within the existing business community and in form of new public establishments. Within the framework of Arctic parliamentary cooperation, the Swedish delegation intends to highlight the good examples from Sweden in terms of making it possible to live and work in the Arctic region. But Arctic cooperation has long been about minority issues and climate. These issues are, of course, still important to work on. But most problems in the Arctic is that much of what affects the Arctic lies outside the Arctic area, but still has such a big impact, especially when it comes to climate. We all need to help each other here. Even if you're not an Arctic country, rising temperatures and melting ices will actually affect us all in one way or another. Apart from civil security issues, security policy issues have so far not been dealt with in the framework of this cooperation. In view of the deteriorating security situation and the increased geopolitical importance of the region, the Swedish delegation intends to raise the issue of how to deal with the security policy issues within the framework of the cooperation, particularly with the regard of the importance of safeguarding international law and the link between civil and military security. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Anstrell. Next from the United Kingdom, Tobias Elwood, please.
Chair, thank you very much indeed. My name is Tobias Elwood, Chair of the Defence Select Committee in the United Kingdom Parliament. Firstly, may I quickly acknowledge the kind words of Arnaud Dijon, member of the European Parliament previously. I'm very pleased to see that Britain is finally turning a corner in our chapter with the European Union, and I hope to see that only mature even further, particularly given the threats that we face. Putin is now the single most destabilizing force in Europe, so our defence architecture must respond and adapt accordingly. NATO is that cornerstone, but there is a discrepancy between our security footprint and our democratic footprint. There is another alliance that is worth focusing on, and that is the Joint Expeditionary Force. This is the United Kingdom, Denmark, Estonia, Finland, Iceland, Latvia, Lithuania, Netherlands, Norway, and Sweden. 10 nations that form this important security alliance that are forward-leaning at a NATO standard, providing training, doctrines, sharing of intelligence, but a security alliance that Russia needs to pay attention to. My proposal is that we expand this alliance to include Poland and Ukraine as an interim step before NATO is able to expand its own footprint to coalesce with our democratic footprint in Europe. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Tobias. Next is Michael Gahler from the European Parliament.
Yes, thank you very much. It was already in August 2007 that the Russians planted a 1-meter-high titanium Russian flag on the seabed of the Arctic Ocean because they claim the Lomonosov Ridge being directly connected to their continental shelf. Perhaps that was the first operative, or one of the first operative consequences of Putin's famous or infamous 2007 Munich Security Conference speech, where he started to depart from a cooperative approach towards the West. From our side, indeed, we have wished to keep the High North peaceful and demilitarized, but it takes obviously two to tango. My questions are, first, which is the appropriate forum to address the security challenges in the Arctic? Is it the Western littoral states, so the US, Canada, Denmark, and Norway, and a bit further south, Iceland? Or is it these 5 states on behalf of NATO? And a question perhaps especially probably to Norway, the Spitsbergen or Svalbard arrangements, 100 years old. How far can Russia make use of these provisions apart from exploiting natural resources? Is there a need to revisit the arrangements and have a stricter look at what is allowed and what not? Can Norway unilaterally renounce certain practice of the Russians in Spitsbergen? That would perhaps be an appropriate discussion that could be undertaken also in a broader framework. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michael. Our next speaker is from Iceland, our colleague Fredriksson.
Mr. Chair, dear colleagues, thanks for a most fruitful discussion. From the end of the Cold War, the Arctic has been a region of peace, stability, and constructive cooperation. We are all aware that the region is becoming increasingly important in its strategic, security, and economic dimensions. Hence, we must anticipate that Russia will respond regarding current events in various ways, including in the Arctic. With Finland and Sweden joining NATO, 7 out of 8 Arctic states will be NATO allies, which I believe will directly affect Russia's calculation and possible response in the region. Russia's invasion in Ukraine will end a post-Cold War era of low tension and cooperation in the Arctic, and we must consider the possibility of Russia decided to employ even more confrontational forces posture in the region. It would be interesting to hear the panels to elaborate a little bit on what NATO and the US should put the main focus on, and the EU as well. Finally, it goes without saying that Iceland strongly supports Finland and Sweden's imminent application for membership in NATO. Having Finland and Sweden as allies will only further strengthen NATO's ability to respond to our current and future threats and challenges and contribute to Europe's security. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fredriksson. Next is Richard Scholes, Latvia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In regards to the Arctic, I mean, the 4 cardinal directions that we have, the north, south, east, and west, and in the EU we have southern neighborhood policy, we have the eastern neighborhood policy, we have the transatlantic policy, but there is no northern neighborhood policy. And this is, well, it might be something where I heard that, you know, the CFSP and CSDP is not applicable when it comes to Arctic Council, I mean, to the Arctic altogether. I think it's time to start to apply that. I welcome Denmark's decision to join CSDP. That was really a timely matter to do, and this really symbolizes the threats that we are witnessing more and more, particularly coming from autocratic countries in different parts of the world. The transatlantic tie, the 20th century, what shows us it's crucial for Europe's security, and in times of within challenging times, it will play a crucial role when it comes to supply chains and etc. So therefore, when it comes to Arctic, it is time actually for the EU to adopt a proper policy that is incorporated in the CFSP and CSDP. And I thank Swedish presidency for putting this topic on the table for this meeting. And I hope that when Spain takes over the presidency, I know it's going to be southern neighborhood on the agenda, but we don't lose the focus also on the northern part as well. Thank you.
Well, now I can give the floor to the representative of the Spanish presidency. The next one, Ana Maria Botella, please.
Thank
Well, indeed, it's an appropriate time to take the floor. I'd like, first of all, to congratulate and thank the Swedish presidency and the co-presidency with the European Parliament to have introduced this topic. It's of such importance, and it's a good reflection of how different perspectives need to share a common view. Countries from the north, countries from the south do find their place under this item on the agenda, and various factors need to be taken into account. We need to look at the threat of Russia, who's turned from a partner to an aggressor. We have seen the panelists confirm that this aggression is also being confirmed in the region of the Arctic as well, because it's put really a dynamite under the cooperation that existed in this area. So we are concerned. We see the Arctic as a potential vehicle for a catastrophe at the environmental level, and there needs to be governance, particularly in the light of the threat of Russia. The strategic communication of 2017 from Commission and Parliament was good, but has that been updated? And the EU's role in the Arctic Council, is that still one of observer? Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Andris Spruds from Latvia, please.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And of course, needless to say that Arctic is clearly becoming an increasingly important in terms of climate, in terms of energy, in terms of transportation, of course, in terms of security. And already it was mentioned by the minister that Russia's ambitions, military build-up, what we've seen for the years, it's obvious and it's challenging. So comprehensive approach is extremely important. I think for years it was somehow intention to isolate the region from the wider developments and actually to single out the region as a region of cooperation with Russia. While it is important to keep the communication lines, channels open, certainly the cooperation now with Russia under current circumstances would give a completely wrong signal. So we fully also support an enhanced NATO presence in the High North. The region must be an integral part of 360-degree approach to deterrence and defense. And certainly this also would ensure harmonization of strategic presence when we see the convergence of Russian and Chinese interests in the region. So certainly the region should not become westlessness, as it has been expressed years ago in the Munich Security Conference, so in strategic presence terms. Last but not least, institutional and legal frameworks have been the challenge for a long time. The Arctic Council now is in deadlock, but actually I also can say that previously the Baltic countries have been blocked for a long time by Russia to become observer countries, even though if we look in terms of the closeness to the Arctic Pole, Riga and Tallinn are the 6th and 4th, the closest capitals among the regional capitals. So at the very end, ensuring the international legal framework and also management of wider spectrum of stakeholders is important. I believe that EU can play a coordinating role of the member states and also member states' allies. So thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Mr. Tybring-Gjedde from Norway.
Thank you very much, Chair. The war in Ukraine has profound impacts also in the north. Norway's bilateral cooperation with Russia has been reduced to a minimum following the Russian invasion of Ukraine. We have practical border cooperation, for example, regarding search and rescue, and we still cooperate on the management of the joint fish stocks in the Barents Sea. The situation in the north is currently stable. We see a large degree of continuity in Russia's activities in the north. The official Arctic cooperation has been paused since March 2022. Last summer, the Arctic Council resumed some of its activities connected to project which does not involve Russia. Norway is ready to take over as the chair of the Arctic Council in May from Russia. We are doing what we can to ensure an orderly transition from Russia to Norwegian leadership. We must make sure that the Arctic does not become the only region in the world with no effective multilateral cooperation. In 2022, researchers from Norway and Finland found that since 1979, the Arctic has warmed nearly 4 times faster than the rest of the globe. What causes it is not very important. We still have to deal with it. Melting sea ice is estimated to give us an ice-free Arctic Ocean in the summertime around 2 decades. Maritime activity connected to tourism, fishing, and shipping is likely to increase dramatically. Thawing, permafrost, and more extreme weather events have forced us to move parts of the Longyearbyen in Svalbard, as well as settlements on the coast of Alaska. Changed weather patterns are giving cold spells, for instance, in the US. China has interest in the Arctic, as it has in all other regions. We are monitoring closely, together with allies, how China is positioning itself in the Arctic independently and together with Russia. It is also, Mr. Chair, interesting to hear the UK colleague talking about Poland and Ukraine as new members of the Arctic Council, and also the Svalbard Treaty and the Norwegian sovereignty of the Arctic archipelago of Svalbard. Its demilitarization is one of the main targets there, and also commercial activities, and that's also coal mining, which Russia and Norway is both doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Erkki Tuomioja from Finland.
Thank you. The Arctic is the region in the world where the 3 existential threats to mankind are most pronounced, namely nuclear weapons, climate change, and the loss of biodiversity. And they have an immediate presence and effect in the region. But the Arctic is also the home of the older indigenous peoples in Europe, namely the Sami. And the Arctic Council is unique in it that at meetings, the ministerial meetings of the Arctic Council, the representatives of the indigenous peoples also sit with at the same table with the same rights to take part in the discussions. Since there are still open issues in all our countries regarding the rights of these indigenous peoples, I would like to pose a theoretical question to you panelists. Does the EU have any common policy, or should it have a policy on indigenous peoples and meeting the rights of the indigenous peoples? For example, should we see to it that all of our countries ratify the ILO Convention 170 on the rights of the indigenous peoples, which my country so far has been unable to do? Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Robin Teverson from the UK.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I think I must start with an apology to Minister Linda, because I think the UK has described itself as a near Arctic state in the past, but I think our Northern Shetland Islands are slightly closer than Beijing to the Arctic Circle. I want to come back to something that was put forward by Pavel Fischer, which is really around the rule of international law and the United Nations Charter of the Law of the Sea. Exactly as he said, that is under huge pressure in terms of the South China Sea, but soon behind that, I believe it will be the high Arctic and the Arctic Ocean and that area as well. And it's really important that Western allies do not fall out over territorial disputes there, but are able to apply the rules of UNCLOS, although I admit that's not helped by the fact that the United States is not a signatory member of UNCLOS, although it recognises it in terms of practical international law. The one success, it seems to me, and an Arctic policy needs to be holistic, if anything, is the agreement, international agreement on a fisheries moratorium, I think, for over 14 years in this pristine ecological system. And we all know that as the Arctic ice retreats, China and its international global fishing fleet is one of the great threats to marine ecology, and I think we need to concentrate there as well. Indeed, 4 million indigenous people is also important, but one of the areas that my own committee has looked at and was that Svalbard itself, through the Svalbard Treaty of 1920, was an area where Russia might well indeed test its own powers and abilities there. And I'd be very interested to hear from the Professor whether that indeed, as we might see, is one of the potential initial flashpoints in the Arctic and geopolitics.
Thank you. And our final speaker, according to my list, is our host, Aron Emilsson. Please.
Thank you, Chair. And like Mr. Tomioja and several others in this chamber, I have been engaged in the Arctic region, in the Nordic Council and the Council of Cooperation the latest years. And the Arctic region and the European part stretching from Thule to Kirkenes is of a vital importance to Europe, and every day we see new developments that stresses the importance of the region in many fields. The most obvious is perhaps what has been mentioned, the sizing of cooperation with the major power in the region, Russia. And Russia's interests are clear, militaristic and aggressive in the Arctic. We can't deny this, and with the Arctic being the main base for Russian military deterrence, it's bound to stay this way for the foreseeable future. And we also see a growing interest from China. And I would like to echo also what Mr. Tybring-Gjedde mentioned now and also yesterday, that we need to see China as the pace threat for the rule-based world order in this issue, and also to highlight and take seriously the engagement and the advancing Chinese interest in the region more seriously further on. The effects of climate changes are also very visible, and this means that resources can be extracted as well as new lines of transport can be established. However, these new developments in the economic sphere must be taken into consideration the fragile environment, the cultural heritage, and also the indigenous people living in the region. But I look forward to strengthen the measures and the common will regarding this region further on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank all colleagues for their contributions and good questions. And now we can go back to our panelists. And since we are fine and on time, we can speak a little longer than originally planned, and I think that might be helpful because there were so many questions. So the first is once again Ann Linde.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you for the comments and questions. Let me start a little bit by China, since several of you has mentioned that, and I would say that China is expressing support for international law, but at the same time, we see that there is concerning issues on how they implement their view on international law. And there is also a military dimension here on China's action of the areas, even if it has so far been limited. And I have to stress that so far it has been limited. But I think it's reason for concern, what you raised, for example, the growing cooperation between Russia and China in this regard, because if you see the extreme economic consequences of the melting of the sea, they will halve the time of sending goods from China when they don't need to go around the Arctic. So it would halve the time. That will make the economic implication for making sure that they have the rights enormous. And we all know that the economic issues are the top priority for China besides Taiwan. I think that EU and NATO as such need to look at what is happening here much closer. I also can see that this is an area where the NATO and the NATO member countries are very, very interested. When I and the Finnish foreign minister was at NAC, most of the question put to us was on how we view the high north and the Arctic and what we could do. Even if Norway is a member of NATO and Iceland as well, we also have other dimensions. And that's also a reason why I think that we need to finish this ratification process so Finland and Sweden could strengthen NATO with this knowledge and expertise, and not the least material. Also the question on JEF, I wouldn't answer that. We put JEF very, very high on our priority list. But I wouldn't say, since I'm not in the government anymore, about if we should allow Poland in or not. I leave it to them. But I would say that JEF has played an enormous important role in the security environment. How we should see the future cooperation, with a few of you raised, I would say that we actually don't know, because Mr. Heyer said that you need both a stick and a carrot. But I actually cannot see that we can use the carrot right now. I mean, first we need to get Ukraine to win the war. And not until Russia has, withdrawn from everything that they have annexed, from they have taken responsibility, we couldn't say now it's business as usual, let the Russians in again. I just cannot see that we can do that, because then Russia will just continue and continue with next and next. So this time we need to do what we didn't do after Georgia, what we didn't do after Crimea, what we didn't do after Donbass. We need to really finish this and say you cannot invade another country and then just expect us to take you back in everything else. That is, as I see it, not possible. When it comes to the security cooperation and if we should have that part in the Arctic Council after the war, I have to say that I'm very, very hesitant to that, because Russia has asked that for years. They always take up that in the Arctic Council there should be a military dimension, a security policy dimension. And the rest of us has always said no. Because we said we have NATO and we have EU, and we don't want to have a separate security and defense cooperation with the 8 Nordic countries, including Russia. That would not be of any gain for us. But that is one of their priorities and has been for a long time. Finally, a little bit, or two things. One is, why is it more and more interesting in other countries? Let me tell you an anecdote. When we had a big Arctic conference in one of the cities in the very north of Sweden, a vice foreign minister of India came, and I asked him, Mr. Minister, I'm very happy that you're here, but why are you here? And then he said, well, because of the higher temperature and the melting permafrost, that is actually doing something with the monsoons. So the monsoons on the southwest of India is being inflicted by this. And if we don't do anything about it, we have to pay a price because it's not organized in the right way in the Arctic. And I think that gives some perspective on why this area is so interesting, not only for us 8 Arctic countries, but also the rest. And then finally, Erkki Tuomioja's question about the policy for indigenous people. Well, I have to say that it has always been one of the priorities of the Arctic Council to work with the issues of the indigenous people, but it has mainly been issues of culture, of traditional lifestyle, supporting the possibility to support themselves with biological natural resources, reindeer husbandry and things like that, and acknowledging to a wider extent how the indigenous people, for example, the Sami people in Sweden, has been subjected to abuse, violation, racism, throughout the history, and that is still going on today. So there need to be taken action against this injustice in different way. I also see that in the Reykjavik Declaration, the latest but hopefully not the last ministerial declaration, there is also a part of the indigenous people rights, and that it should be worked with in the coming cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anne. And now, Ms. Gansland, please.
Thank you. So, firstly, on the question about how to do international cooperation. And here, I think the answer is really more cooperation among the like-minded countries and partners. So notably in science and research, to make up for the huge gap of data that we have now when we no longer have the input from the Russian research. But as to priorities, we see increasing competition, as we have been saying during this debate. But in particular, we see climate change as the most comprehensive threat. And here the thaw of the permafrost is really a vital threat to the infrastructure. For instance, 60% of Russia's, the infrastructure in 60% of Russia's surface. And the release of methane from the thaw of this permafrost is very, very worrying. And personally, I think that maybe we are not attributing enough attention to this, this whole permafrost thawing threat. Now, where we can, the EU will work with like-minded to face the challenges, and these are states, local authorities, researchers, think tanks, representatives of indigenous peoples, business representatives. I mean, the list goes on, but really trying to partner with everybody with whom we can work together to face the challenges. And in practice, what do we do? Well, for instance, I'd just like to highlight that in science and research, through Horizon Europe, we financed 300 million euros on Arctic research under the previous period, and we will continue doing this also during the new one, on topics related to climate change, sustainable development, and biodiversity. We also support, of course, through regional development with the Interreg programs, and on climate change, we are also a world leader as the EU. Now, on the question of indigenous peoples here, if we go back a little bit, I think, frankly, back in 2008, the EU has not perhaps fully understood all the sensitivities when we did our first Arctic policy. And as was alluded to, we actually could not become observers to the Arctic Council. But we have learned a lot since then. We look at the Arctic regions now, the livelihood, the inhabitants, etc., no longer from the outside, but we have learned from the Inuits in Canada and Greenland that we need to see things much more from the inside. So we need to learn about cultures, local knowledge, history, etc. And since then, we have now worked very hard to strengthen the understanding and visibility of indigenous representatives in many settings, and not least vis-à-vis the EU institutions. And we support, for instance, the capacity of Samis to interact with EU institutions. But I would also like to say that there are limits to what the EU Arctic policy can and cannot do. So we can call for sustainable, robust and inclusive decision processes, but we cannot impose decisions on the Arctic states' authorities. But we do see a clear need for dialogue between investors, authorities and interested local inhabitants in the exploratory phases of industrial projects, for example. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gansland. And now, Professor Heyer.
Yes, thank you for all the thoughtful interventions. I have just 3 small remarks before we take lunch. First one on China. At least my perception of the Norwegian secret services, they are more concerned about China than Russia when it comes to the Arctic. And the reason for that is because it's much more difficult to protect ourselves against large economic investments rather than more clear-cut military Russian threats. So that's also why we are more concerned about hybrid warfare operations from Russia rather than their nuclear or conventional, more explicit operations. So all these subtle kinds of influence pursued along other lines than the military are much more difficult in a way to address. The second remark I have regarding how to secure the Arctic in terms of freedom of navigation. And I really do think that both Europe and Norway and the Nordic states should invest more in ships and planes that can sustain themselves for a longer period of time in these enormous, vast sea and air areas, because it is the daily presence and visibility of capabilities that signal will and commitment and national interests. And Russia is closely following these patterns, and they see if the trend is going upwards or downwards. So this is a way to communicate politically by showing a daily presence and availability of sea and air forces in the Arctic. It is actually stabilizing because it gives you a much more detailed situation awareness of the ongoing changes. And this situation awareness is crucial in order to make a balanced decision that is not escalating and getting out of control. The third point is Svalbard, Spitsbergen, and a potential Russian pressure on this very exposed island group. Norway has traditionally forged a dual strategy here as well. It has a perennial logic. It is based on firmness and pragmatism. Firmness in terms of key principles that we cannot compromise on, and pragmatism in terms of handling daily episodes in a balanced and diplomatic manner. And we all know that today, Russia has not been weaker and more vulnerable than since the end of the Second World War, which means that they cannot negotiate from a position of strength when it comes to questions regarding Svalbard or the Barents Sea region or the Arctic. That is why they are so keen on flashing their hypersonic missiles and their nuclear forces in order to compensate for their own weakness. But for those of us who follow Russian forces on a daily basis for decades and decades, we are looking through this Maskrava and seeing that most of it is only trying to scare us. Yeah, that's what I had.
Thank you. Any other remarks, questions from the plenary? That is not the case. And first of all, let me thank our distinguished speakers for their contributions. Let me also thank colleagues for their remarks and comments. I thought this was a really interesting debate, and perhaps our Swedish hosts have managed to draw interest, more interest in the Arctic, and especially the geopolitical challenges we are facing in the high north. And I would recommend all of you, if you want to do some reading, the European Parliament adopted a report on the Arctic in 2021. I think that is a very good and balanced report prepared by our Polish colleague Anna Fatiga. And if you're planning trips for your committee's travels, I can only say once again, our 2 trips from the Foreign Affairs Committee going to Svalbard, Spitsbergen in 2018 and to Greenland and Iceland in 2021 were real eye-openers for all colleagues across party lines who attended these both trips. That was really interesting, and I'm very sure that our Norwegian, Icelandic and Danish friends would be helpful in organizing these trips. So once again, thank you so much. We will now have our lunch break. Lunch is already done, so we can actually move on now, and I would like to remind all of you to be back here for the next session at 2 o'clock. Thanks once again to our panelists.
Welcome to Stockholm and to the Swedish Parliament, the Riksdag. During the Swedish EU presidency between January and June 2023, the Riksdag is an arena for meetings and dialogue between MPs from the parliaments of the EU member states and the European Parliament. Last year, we celebrated 100 years of Swedish democracy. This year, we're commemorating 500 years of parliamentary work and decision-making. The Riksdag is an open parliament in central Stockholm. Welcome to the Riksdag.
Bienvenue à Stockholm et au Parlement suédois. Pendant la présidence suédoise du Conseil de l'UE de janvier à juin, le Riksdag, le Parlement suédois, est le lieu de rencontre et de dialogue entre les membres des parlements des pays de l'UE et le Parlement européen. L'année dernière, la démocratie suédoise a fêté ses 100 ans. Cette année marque 500 ans de travail et de prise de décision au Riksdag. Le Riksdag est un parlement ouvert, situé au cœur de Stockholm. Bienvenue au Riksdag.
So, dear friends and colleagues, it's 2:00 p.m. and we continue our meeting. I hope you all enjoyed the lunch and the conference so far. We now move on to the final session, where we will adopt a broader scope and address current issues and priorities of the common foreign and security policy and the common security and defense policy. My name is Kenneth G. Forslund. I'm the Deputy Member of the Defense Committee here in the Parliament, previous member of the Foreign Affairs Committee. Many of you know that the High Representative of the EU Foreign Policy and Vice President of the European Commission traditionally participates in these sessions. That was brought up to mind at least a couple of times yesterday. The High Representative Borrell was confirmed for a long time for this meeting, but due to calendar issues, his participation was cancelled during late autumn, and he is attending the G20 meeting at the moment. As a host for this conference, it was too late for us to change the date when we received a late cancellation. We hope that the High Representative Borrell will be able to join the conference during the Spanish coming presidency. While we regret not having the chance to hear the High Representative Borrell's views on the current CFSP, CSDP issues, we are delighted to instead welcome the Secretary General of the European External Action Service, Mr. Stefano Sannino, to share his thoughts. The Secretary General is joining us on link from Brussels, and we will start with some introductory words by Mr. Sannino, approximately 10 minutes, and we will then move on to a Q&A, for which you can already now sign up for the speakers list according to the procedure that we have been using for the last 24 hours. And I believe you're familiar with it by now. So please note that this is, for this session, the limit of time, though, is a little bit shorter than before. We're now down to 1 minute. We have been training earlier on 90 seconds, so now we move it upwards to 60 seconds instead to make it a little bit more of a challenge. Without any further ado, welcome, Mr. Secretary General. The floor is yours.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much, and once again, apologies for the absence of the High Representative. Unfortunately, as you said, he's taken in the G20 meeting in India. Mr. Chairman, I will do a sort of disclaimer since the beginning. I'm not going to give you a sort of overview on old world, but I will try to focus on 3 main issues, and then I will be happy to answer all the questions. And the 3 issues that I would like to deal with are the war in Ukraine, China, and what is we call the global south. I know that is not a very good way of defining it, but still I think it catches the what we would like to say. First of all, on the war in Ukraine, I would like to say, start saying that with this war and the aggression, the Russian aggression against Ukraine, the European Union has broken many taboos and pushed also a lot of new thinking. We have essentially first of all, supported militarily Ukraine. We are now still doing it with the procurement of ammunition, and the discussion is still going on in these hours on how better to do this. Specifically, we are working on three strands of activity. One is to use the present stockpiles to support Ukraine with ammunition. The second, the idea of having joint procurement to refill the stocks of the countries of the European Union. And the third, how to ramp up the industrial capacity in the military sector. We are also working on a training mission. We have already trained 10,000 Ukrainian soldiers by the end of February, and our objective is to reach 30,000 before the end of the year. In order to do all that, we have used the European Peace Facility, and that's one of the taboos that we've broken. Essentially, we have already mobilized 3.6 billion euro under the European Peace Facility, and the total military assistance of the European Union has reached more than 12 billion euro. I don't want to, let's say, flood you with too many figures, but the overall assistance from the European Union amounts to at least 67 billion, and we will need to continue supporting Ukraine in its effort. The second strand of action that we have developed in support to Ukraine is the sanctioning of Russia. We have just agreed the 10th sanction package. This is having some very substantial effect, the use of sanctions, and we have seen that essentially the energy revenues have fallen from 800 million per month last September to under 500 million. So almost halved the capacity of getting revenues from their energy experts. Now we are very much focused also on implementation. We are strengthening the enforcement, the reporting tools, establishing new measures to prevent circumventions. And in this context, I would like to mention also the recent appointment of a special envoy for sanctions that is whose main mandate is really work on this. I would like to still stress two elements. One, the work on accountability that is it's going on, how to make it sure that Russia is held accountable for the crimes that they are committing. And we are working on two different hypotheses, an ad hoc tribunal on a hybrid mechanism. But in the meantime, we have already created a prosecutor mechanism that can support the activity of the future tribunal, whichever the form is going to take. The second strand is the work of the use of Russian public frozen and immobilized assets of the member states. And I would like to pay tribute to the Swedish presidency for the impulse that they have given to these specific files. Mr. Chair, I think that it's important to mention, especially in this context, the fact that this work would have been impossible without the support of our citizens, of the our societies. And from that point of view, the role of the parliaments, national and European Parliament, in order to secure the support of our citizens is essential. And as it is essential to work against the Russian disinformation and their narrative on the war. The third area of action that we have pursued is that of gaining support for Ukraine and trying to reduce the space for Russia on the international arena. The last UN General Assembly resolution of the 23rd of February obtained a support of 141 partners. It's a relevant result, but it is also an indication of the fact that the way we had to construe this resolution is an indicator of the fact that we need to work more to lend more support by the international community, and we have also to take into account the fact that many countries in the world do not see the Russian aggression against Ukraine as their own war. It's a sad story, but it's something that we need to keep into account. I will come back on this point when I will deal with the third chapter of the Global South, where I'll dwell a little bit more on the battle of the narrative and also on the battle of the offers. The second aspect that I would like to mention at this stage is China. And in the past 3 years, since we defined our strategy vis-à-vis China, we, under the triptych partner, rival, and competitor, we have done a lot of work together with the Commission. We have, especially in the area of trade, the screening of the investments, the anti-coercion instruments, but we have also done a lot of diplomatic work, deepening our relations with the other country of Asia, and particularly Japan, Australia, New Zealand, South Korea, but also ASEAN and more recently India. And we have created a very strong cooperation on China with the United States. China is changing more rapidly than it has been predicted by many, more centralized, more nationalist, also more ideological. It is true that the tone of the relations between EU and China has changed from what they were called the wolf warriors diplomacy to a much more charm offensive. It is also true that in terms of substance, the differences remain very substantial, and the space for genuine cooperation, even on things like climate change, is shrinking. The relations between China and the United States are also deteriorating very fast. We have seen it very recently with the balloon incidents. There is in the always looming large the problem with Taiwan. And this is also an element that we will need to take into account in the near and in the more distant future. I think that it is important when it comes to China to be realistic about what we can do in terms of strategic trajectory, knowing that the elements of competition and rivalry will grow even further. And it has been said by the President of the European Commission, the mantra should be de-risking, not decoupling. But it also means that we need to reduce our economic overexposure, reduce our strategic dependencies on critical raw materials, and we need to look at the technological elements that are still characterizing our relations. We need also to factor in much more systematically China into all our policies in the other regions, be it Africa or Latin America or the Middle East or even the Arctic. And we have to do it also in the multilateral sector. And we need to make huge effort to improve our offer to the world. We are now in a competition, as I was saying, not only of battles of narrative, but also in a competition of offers when it comes to third countries. We have developed a new instrument, the Global Gateway, which is extremely relevant. Just yesterday, the day before yesterday, we had approved the first batch of flagship projects, but we need to work also on our other areas like climate justice and how to fund climate change. And we need to deliver on the security element when it comes to a number of regions, starting with Indo-Pacific. The European Union has become much stronger from the security point of view. It's not only about hard security, it's not only about the military aspect. I mean, I think that we all understand that NATO plays an irreplaceable role when it comes to the military security, but we can do a lot of other things around this, from cyber to the maritime to space, and we are developing a number of strategies in this area. Just a few words finally on the Global South, for again, lack of a better way of defining it. To say that this is and something that we need to look more carefully, because this is an age of identity politics. Countries of the different continents, from Latin America to Africa to Asia, have a number of legitimate demands for more equal, more representation in the global system. But there are also some less attractive elements of the agendas, with authoritarian strongmen that wants to deflect from the criticism, putting the burden on the shoulders of the West. And I'm sorry again to use this generalization. So we should, first of all, take the concept of the work with the Global South very seriously. This is not a real bloc. There are many differences and many internal divisions within the countries. But it is true that we need to look much more granularly at the way we can deal with them. It is true that a number of macro trends are shifting the power away from the classic West when you look at the demographics, but also at the economics of this country. We need to find a way of working together with them, of developing a sort of common way of looking at the economic factor. I was mentioning Global Gateway. This is a sort of new way of addressing the partnership with third countries. And we want to do it also in a broader perspective. We are finalizing a number of plans for dealing with third countries, where we are looking at our interests, at their interests, and which are the elements of this renewed relationship that we can develop. And finally, I think that we need to work also much more on minilateralism, on not only on the globalization as we have seen it in the past, maybe in a more focused way, and being able to take out the best out of these smaller alliances. We have a number of appointments in front of us. I'm thinking about the ministerial with the Indo-Pacific countries that will take place in Stockholm. But then we'll have also a summit with the countries of the central of Latin America and the Caribbean. That will be an important element to an important moment to test the effectiveness of the policies that we are trying to put in place. Sorry, I've been a little bit, I've tried to put together many things in a short time, but I think that it was important to try to give at least a sense of the work, of the priorities that we are trying to develop from here, from the External Action Service. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and I think you succeeded in putting up an effective mix of facts. And thank you, Mr. Secretary General Zanino. I note that there are a lot of speakers now filling up the list, so let's move on to the Q&A. And once again, remember, 1 minute time limit this time, and since we have this on link, to make it a little bit more lively, I will allow you 5 in a row and then hand over the floor to Mr. Sannino to reflect and answer your questions and remarks, and then back here to the floor here for 5 more. So it's a little bit more lively. I would like to then ask Mr. Georgios Katragalos, sorry for the pronunciation, but the floor is yours. Please, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nothing wrong with your pronunciation. We have reacted promptly, in unity, and unequivocally against the illegal Russian aggression. But what about the aftermath? In the 90s, we have failed to establish a new system of architecture of security in Europe, based in Istanbul Charter, which declared the necessity of indivisible security. Is it acceptable to have the only diplomatic initiative now for the end of war coming from China? What about Europe? Is it acceptable our foreign policy to be basically an accessory of the American one? I remind you what President Juncker used to say, that we are global payers, but not global players. It is time to reverse this situation.
Thank you. And next speaker is George Karolas. The floor is yours, please.
Please. After the earthquakes in Turkey, a new form of diplomacy is emerging, the so-called earthquake diplomacy for solidarity, security, and stability in the European Union. And actually, this form of diplomacy should not be used only for humanitarian aid, but also for preventing disasters by an earthquake and a subsequent nuclear accident in the Mediterranean in the European Union. And I'm talking about the new nuclear plant of Akkuyu in southern Turkey, 90 kilometers away from the northern coast of Cyprus, built in a seismic zone. And this actually, through this diplomacy, highlights the necessity for a collective mechanism for political, scientific actions and monitoring. This is alarming, as an emerging nuclear power will now be bordering the European Union. It's time for the EU to enhance the influence of diplomacy to decisively stop this possible intensification of aggression by Russia and Turkey against our geopolitical integrity. And our opinion is that, according to the compass, Turkey should have good neighborhood with European Union, and it's the only way to stop the provocation and all the negative facts against Cyprus and Greece. What is the opinion of the EU for this issue? Thank you very much.
Thank you. And then the floor goes to Nike Gruppioni, please.
Buonasera a tutti. Good afternoon, all, and thank you very much indeed for giving me the floor this afternoon. In the course of the work in these intensive 2 days, the challenges you've taken up by the EU in the immediate future are of central importance. The strategic plan that should be sort of a flagship when it comes to the work of the EU in the next decade will be decided in a global geopolitical framework that is uncertain and anchored in the past. As was said yesterday, the war in Ukraine represents a point of no return. Therefore, the EU needs to develop new decision-making structures, powerful decision-making structures, based on Europe's strategic needs, structures that to be capable of producing effective, efficient decisions, rapidly overcoming the sort of cost vetoes, structural decision-making, but also economic decision-making that will place citizens in some form of protection. A similar strategy will enable us to reach out to our global partners, UN, NATO, OSCE, African Union, and ASEAN, in a more credible and effective way. The bilateral coordination talks or negotiations must therefore be reinforced. This is an approach that needs to take into account an interconnected and interdependent global context or framework, bringing together what might appear extremes but which are not. I take the example of the Arctic. New frontiers, complex frontiers in respect to both NATO and the EU. There are new energy challenges that we'll have to take up in the future and that have to be part of strategic policy decisions within the EU, taking into account issues that affect North and South. Once again, the EU has got to become a global player in these decisive sectors for human civilization. We're prepared to take up those challenges. Thank you, and in particular to the Secretary General of the European External Action Service, Ambassador Sanino. Thank you much indeed for the work that you're doing.
Thank you. And reminding everybody about the 1 minute timeline and giving the floor to Nacho Sanchez Amor, please.
I'm using Spanish, President, given your flexibility with other languages different than English. Yo soy el rapporteur.
I'm the rapporteur for Turkey in the European Parliament, and after expressing my condolences for the terrible earthquake, the area of which I visited last week, I want to say here what I said in Brussels with Turkish representatives present. It's inconceivable that under these circumstances, a country that is formally candidate to the EU is holding up the process of integration. It is unthinkable that the veto comes from the only country to have bought Russian missiles. I believe their considerations are legitimate, but I don't think the solution can come from undermining the democratic standards of Sweden. I think it needs to come rather through improving the democratic standards of Turkey, limiting the huge scope for the crime of terrorism in its legislation. Whatever the reasons for a veto, however legitimate they are, it is certainly strengthening the Russian agenda in this particular case. Thank you.
Thank you. And then I hand the floor over to Liam Byrne, please.
Chair, thanks very much. Let me just say a word about the Global South as chair of the Parliamentary Network on the World Bank and the IMF, because across the Global South we now have a crisis of famine, fragility and finance. 200 million people now do not have enough to eat. 1 in 5 of people in Middle East and North Africa live in conflict zones. And global debt is now at the highest level in developing countries, the highest level for 50 years. This is stopping investment going to where it is needed, into clinics, into classroom, and into climate adaptation. So surely we should be collectively now leading the challenge to mobilize the $100 billion promised in special drawing rights, building a bigger World Bank, safe in the knowledge that $30 billion worth of contributions could unlock another $100 billion of lending. And we should be responding creatively to the agenda set out by Mia Motley and others in the Bridgetown agenda to radically rethink the scope and scale of global development finance, because we can't expand liberty or democracy unless we expand justice. And the Global South is waiting for us to get on with it.
Thank you. And then I hand the floor over to the General Secretary Sanino, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. First of all, I would like to maybe since I'm working here and I have a feeling that we are doing a number of things and that we are not only payers, but we are really playing an important role. I think that the European Union is recognized more and more as a very relevant actor, not only as a standard sector, and I think that nobody denies the relevance of the EU from that point of view, but also as a security actor. I think that the work that we have been doing along the years, we have not seen maybe all the accumulation of this work, but when it comes to the maritime sector, when it comes to the space, when it comes to hybrid, when it comes to disinformation, but also when it comes to the management of crisis and the intervention in areas of crisis, we have played a very important role. And I think that in Ukraine, our assistance has been of primary importance, and I don't think that we have been dragged by anybody in this war, because we have felt it was a threat to our own continent, to our own security. the responsibility of breaking the security architecture lies squarely and flatly with Russia, that has decided to go back to the logic of the sphere of influence and the logic of the imperialism of the 19th century. We are trying to fight against this. What we are trying to do is to strengthen and promote the importance of a rules-based order, which is again agreed, and the capacity of countries to choose their own destiny. So I think that we need to be a little bit more constructive and positive about the work that we have played up until now and what we are doing in support of a rules-based international order. I think that when it comes to the point of the nuclear security and safety, this is one of the policy that has been followed always very strongly by the European Union. When it comes to Turkey more specifically, and I will take also the point that Nacho Sanchez Amor was making, we have always stressed with Turkey that the path for creating a constructive, positive agenda with the European Union was very clear, was very solid, and we are ready to work on that. But we have also told very clearly that if Turkey is not embracing this perspective, this will bring consequences. I hope that the earthquake diplomacy has been defined, can provide new space for more security and stability in the region. And certainly I agree with the fact that we need now to stay focused on the importance of supporting Sweden and Finland in their accession to NATO, and to provide them all the political and material support that is needed in this very delicate moment. I cannot agree more on the importance of supporting the South, and especially to help them to overcome this multiple crises. It's the food crisis, but it's also the debt crunch, and there will be a very important debate on the reform of the development banks, development institutions, banking institutions, in the development foreign ministers meeting in next week in Sweden, and Sweden has been very active in promoting this debate. I also understand that, I would say, the complexity of the way the European Union works, and I mean I understand that from time to time we would be happy to avoid vetoes and being able to count on a simplified voting mechanism. It is also true that the European Union is a union of 27 sovereign countries, and this is an effort that we need pursuing to keep the unity of the group, because our unity is our strength, as we have seen, including in these last events that have taken place in Ukraine.
Thank you. And thank you. If we could have some sound here in the chamber also, please. The floor goes to Ricardo Sousa, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dear colleagues, today Europe is facing a prolonged war scenario, which is generally admitted by most analysts and political leaders. The confrontation and the escalation of the conflict that we have witnessed in recent weeks poses a major challenge to our common defense and security policy. The unspeakable Russian aggression to Ukraine presents great challenges to all region, notably to Moldova and Georgia, whose stability and democratic process are seriously threatened. The message must be clear. Our determination and unity must show that Russian aggression will fail, as any attempts to destroy democracy by arms must fail. It is necessary to bring the countries together within the framework of enlargement policy. It is vital that the EU sends a strong political message of commitment to restoring peace on the European continent and acknowledge that the enlargement policy is now also an important instrument to EU peace and defense. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And then the floor goes to Pavel Fischer, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Last week, Financial Times and Le Soir, the Belgian daily, published a very important news, that one member of the Belgian parliament was under attack, under cyber attack, under Chinese state attack. If Chinese state attacks members of parliament, this is something that we have to pay attention. Oftentimes we speak about attacks, but this time it was attributed, and this is very rare. And we have to pay the attention because democracies might be under attack of Chinese state, as it was the case here. Samuel Kogolati, who is the member of Belgian parliament, needs not only that we express our solidarity, but we also take some lessons. We have to do more. Protect diaspora, Chinese diaspora in our own countries, be it from Tibet or Xinjiang or human defenders. We have to protect our own citizens, and we have to protect also our own democratic institutions, safeguarding the democracy in our countries. Thank you.
Thank you. And then the floor goes to Thibaut François, please.
Monsieur le Président.
Chairman, colleagues, the common defence is a further step towards virtual total federalism in an area that shouldn't be the competence of the EU. National sensibilities are crucial and precious in the area of defence and international relations, and we need to preserve them. The European Parliament, the only emanation of direct democracy in Europe with the Council, unfortunately has a limited powers in terms of CFSP. I think there's a desire to continue with integration through merging our foreign policies. I think we need to ensure sovereignty and the veto of member states. For example, one step backwards in 2003 without a veto, without unanimity. And given the current discussion, France should have embarked on a war in Iraq with European allies, something that we don't regret not having done in 2003. Under the CFSP, it seeks to put an end to independent national foreign policies. The voice of France must remain strong and independent of the concert of European nations. Thank you.
Thank you. Then the floor goes to Miguel Iglesias, please.
Mr. Chairman and esteemed colleagues, considering the uncertainties that the European Union and all our countries face since the start of Russian lawful invasion of Ukraine, it is fundamental to continue with strong military and financial support to Ukraine and also develop strong diplomacy action in the multilateral platforms. Europe's geostrategic priorities must be very clear. Rebuilding relationships with neighboring countries and go forward with the enlargement of European Union. Second, to rebuild Europe's status as commercial superpower in order to project Europeans' interests throughout the world and recovering from the advancement of China and the United States' aggressive commercial international policies. Third, to rebuild the Europe of strong defense with planning and strategic skills and immediate response capability, reinforcing our defense industry within European countries, which will mean heavy investment, but also high return in terms of our defense and security, but also economically. Multilateral relationships are more important than ever in different geographies, and Portugal has an Atlantic calling with a special link to Africa and to the community of Portuguese-speaking countries, in particular Brazil, and that will remain a national priority for us, for which we remain a bridge to the European Union. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Charles Kinnoul, please.
Thank you, Chair. The post-Brexit arrangements between the UK and the EU do not include any agreement on cooperation in foreign policy, security and defence. At the time, the British government view was that this would be dealt with on an ad hoc basis. My committee was critical of that approach, and Russia's shameful invasion of Ukraine has shown this to be unsatisfactory. Although I do believe that the Western liberal democracy actions have been most strong and most coordinated, and I particularly pay tribute to the EU and NATO structures in that regard. There is as we've heard in the earlier debate, real momentum in developing EU-NATO cooperation. The PESCO project on military mobility is an excellent example, and the UK's involvement in that I warmly applaud. My committee will report shortly in the aftermath of the freshly positive atmosphere following the Windsor Framework Agreement, and will recommend strongly addressing the UK-EU gap now.
Thank you. And then I hand over the floor to the General Secretary Sanino, please.
Thank you very much. First of all, on the point of the continuation of the support to Ukraine from the military, from the financial point of view, I said it before, we will continue. We are not going to stop it. It has been repeated several times by the European Council. We will support Ukraine as long as necessary and as much as necessary. I think that is very relevant what it has been said about enlargement. The enlargement perspective of Ukraine and of Moldova and Georgia is certainly an extremely important element. The debate that has taken place in the European Council when the decision was taken to grant candidate status to these three countries, even if in different conditions, was extremely important, very relevant, because there was a real sense that the enlargement was representing a key foreign policy instrument for the European Union. That does not mean that enlargement does not have its technical component, and I think that we need to respect that. But certainly the political signal is very important, and we are working on the oral report in April, and then on the let's say regular report in October, for decision to be taken by the European Council before the end of the year about the possibility or not of opening negotiations with one of those countries. I think that Ukraine is moving very fast in this direction with a lot of determination. They have taken a number of very important steps, especially in a critical area like the fight against corruption. So I think that we can and we have to keep this perspective very clear in front of us, and also as a very concrete perspective as a very important political signal. On the point of the cyber attacks question with China, I would say that we need to be, I don't want to target any specific country at this stage, but I think it is important to be aware that cybersecurity is key for us, for the European Union. We are working hard both on the internal side when it comes to the security of our structures, critical infrastructures, industry, public sector, but we are working also very hard in creating a mechanism and environments that can bring actors or countries to be more respectful of the work that has been done in order to that needs to be done in order to protect us from the cyber attack. There is one point that I would like to make, and it is important not only when it comes to cyber, but also when it comes to disinformation. We need to make it sure that the openness of our society does not become a weakness of our societies. Exactly to preserve the openness of our societies, we need to be able to protect them from those who are using this instrument against us. And the European Union is working very much in this direction when it comes to cyber, but also when it comes to disinformation. I think that it's very important to continue working in the multilateral sector, in the multilateral fora. We are championing, in a way, as European Union multilateralism, and we are trying to give concrete content to it. the preservation of a rules-based international order is key if we want to avoid it, then it's only the law of the stronger that is prevailing. So we will continue working very hard in this direction. We need to be careful about, let's say, I think that we are a commercial superpower, we are an economic superpower, the European Union certainly is an economic superpower. We need to work with third countries. I think that we need to be careful about those countries who are using the economy in a political way. And we don't have to be afraid of competition, of a fair competition. We have to be preoccupied about what may happen from a instrumentalization of the economy, as it has been the case with energy and what Russia has done with energy. I very much welcome the agreement that has been reached in Windsor. I hope that it will be implemented in the best possible way, that there will be support to it. We need to establish a serene environment and climate with the United Kingdom. We have been working in an extremely effective way during this difficult period. We have without making, let's say, going public, but there has been a lot of very close cooperation in different sectors when it comes to the CFSP, CSDP. Glad that you mentioned the point of the military mobility and the participation of the UK in this program. And we are already very actively working in order to provide a proper framework for a relation with the country that remains very close to us, and it is a key ally for the security of the continent. And one final observation. I don't think that the national dimension is necessarily in contradiction with the European dimension. I think that the interests, the national interests and the community interest can be reconciled. That's the effort that we are making every day in our daily work here in Brussels, but also the work that you are doing with meetings like this, when you are gathering together parliamentarians with different political sensitivities, but also with the pride of being a member of their own national parliaments, but also with the pride of building together something stronger that is our European Union.
Thank you. And then we continue with Ana Maria Botella, please.
Gracias.
Thank you, Chair. There's a balance looking back over the 30 years of CFSP. On the plus side, something that counters the weight of Putin's attack could be the complementarity we've seen between NATO as a collective defence alliance and the stability and security provided by the European Union. How do we move forward? Aside from the third joint declaration, which has just been adopted, we need to keep an eye on the strategic horizon and the operative development. We also need to specifically maintain our principles. I think for as long as our principles stand firm, there won't be a bad outcome to this war. And I think we need to stand firm in this fight of principles. Thank you.
Thank you. Then we give the floor to Rachid Temal, please.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you, Chairman E. To begin with, allow me to say Africa should be at the heart of Europe's concerns again, considering what we can do to promote the best sort of standards of living. It's an area affected by terrorism. There are Russian interests moving in, the Chinese moving in too. And I think we see the importance for the continent of a more important African policy within the EU. The Indo-Pacific, I think we need to realize that it's a historic change. in 30, 40, 50 years' time, we won't be at the heart or the center. That center is going to shift towards the Indo-Pacific. And we see not only the rising power of the Chinese, but a new system of values contrary to our own. So I think the strategy, which is that of the EU in the Indo-Pacific, has to be revised and amended, taking into account the Chinese issue primarily.
Thank you. And then we hand over the floor to Rihard Kols, please.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, it's good to hear that Josep Borrell will be present at the Spanish presidency. It would be very odd that Borrell in particular wouldn't be present in Spain during Spanish presidency. But this said, to the Secretary General, thank you for your intervention. I mean, on top of the sanctions that EU is adopting towards Russia, the 10 package, there is also a very important tool that actually under Mr. Borrell's leadership was introduced in Europe. That is the global human rights sanction mechanism. And my question would be very straightforward. The last time this mechanism was applied was in 2021 November. Let's just take the calendar and look what year is today and what month. And do we really believe that since 2021 there is no human rights violation going on in Russia, in Belarus? I'll just name right now. Today, there was a Nobel Peace Prize winner in Belarus sentenced for another 10 years in prison. So what the hell is happening with the global human rights sanction mechanism that the EU has? Thank you.
Thank you. Then we continue with George Koukoumas, please.
Dear colleagues, allow me to focus on the region of Eastern Mediterranean, since European security and the security of this region are interdependent. I would like to stress two objectives that could contribute decisively towards this. Firstly, European Union to support, as it is its commitment, the establishment of a zone free of weapons of mass destruction in the Middle East and the wider Eastern Mediterranean. This could be a historic step towards lasting security and peace for this region. Second, ensure effective control on European Union's member states' arms export to war zones and to authoritarian regimes of the Middle East, which in many cases clearly contravenes even the Council's 2008 common position on arms export. European arms export is the elephant in the room when discussing about peace and stability in the Middle East. And the last word on the credibility of the Union's external action, in other words, the use of double standards. It is not coincidence that last November, the European Parliament itself expressed its dissatisfaction over the fact that the joint communication on a strategic partnership with the countries of the Gulf does not contain clear commitments to the respect of human rights, women's rights, accountability for war crimes in Yemen, and so on. Consistency and credibility are crucial, especially when it comes on human rights and international law.
Thank you. And then we go to Andris Sprouts, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and also many thanks to Mr. Sanino for the insights. A comment and a question. The energy security, energy supplies absolutely remain indispensable on European agenda, security-wise, also for external policy. And the picture, I would say, is mixed. Last year, European countries paid 130 billion euros for Russian energy resources and contributed approximately 50 billion euros to Ukraine. I would wish the picture would be, the data would be other way around. And the question is, apart from coal, we still receive Russian gas, we still consume Russian oil, we still receive and consume Russian energy, nuclear energy. So when a nuclear energy, Russian nuclear energy will be placed on a sanctions list, because this is also the question of a strategic preferences and strategic choices and also long-term security of European Union. Thank you.
Thank you. And then I would want to hand over the floor again to General Secretary Sanino, please.
Thank you very much. On the point of the security and the complementarity between NATO and European Union, I'm very much in agreement. I think that really there is a very strong complementarity between what NATO is doing in terms of military security and what European Union is doing in areas which are not covered by the NATO umbrella, or for specific policies where, let's say, the European Union has already since quite some time developed specific policies. But again, I think that it's very important to work on the complementarity to strengthen the work that we can do together. And I'm glad that the reference that has been made to the strategic compass that does represent our, let's say, security doctrine for the years to come, and on which we are working very well. I mean, in a few days, we will mark the first anniversary of the approval of strategic compass, and we will take stock of the different actions that have been taken in the context of the strategic compass in the area of investment, the area of action, in the area of partnership, and so on. As I said at the beginning, I had 10 minutes to cover the world. I had to make choices, but there is no doubt that the countries of the South have said it, are extremely relevant in our action, and certainly Africa represents, from all points of view, a continent which is so closely and strongly linked with the European Union, and what is happening in Africa in terms of security or in terms of the economic development is extremely relevant for what is happening in our own countries. And that's why we will continue to be very attentive of how to work with this continent. We need to be aware of the challenges. It has been said that there are economic challenges. It is true China has become extremely active with its own strategy. We have developed our own. We have already, on the occasion of the EU-African Union Summit, put on the table a very substantial package of projects that we want to develop with Africa. We have moved from a model of donor-recipient to a partnership, a real partnership with the African countries, and we want to go ahead in this direction. There is a lot of work that needs to be done. The past is our common past is part of this story, and it has been said also the interventions in the security sector of Russia are also extremely worrying, and we are working also to limit this trend. I agree that the Indo-Pacific region in this moment is of key relevance. I was a few weeks ago in Japan, and in their new security strategy, they have identified Russia, China, and the DPRK as the three main security challenges for them. And I mean, the three of them have their center in the Indo-Pacific, and that's why I think that this has now become one of our main axes of work. And again, I go back to what I was saying at in my introductory remarks. On the sanctions and the global human rights sanction regime, it is true. It's very, let's say, it's a sort of balancing act. I mean, we want to not to sanction only certain countries, but to use it in the let's say, with the strength of a global instrument. That said, I mean, we have many sanction regimes in place, geographic or thematic, and we are using it widely. I mean, I want to stress that, for example, when it comes to Russia, I think that we have more than, I cannot remember now the figure exactly, but almost 1,500 between the persons and entities which are sanctioned. So, I mean, It's not that we are not using the sanctions. We are maybe using other instruments, but I take it as a sort of encouragement to look again into it. I've already spoken about the East Med and the importance of of finding a way of developing a constructive agenda with Turkey and for the relevance that it has regionally and beyond, but also saying which are the limits that we have imposed to this cooperation and have made clear to Ankara. I think that in terms of human rights, we all agree of the importance and the relevance of having a respect and the consistency of the respects of human rights. There are countries where we can go faster and other countries where the process and the progress are slower. But this does not mean that our engagement is not there, and we have a special representative on human rights, Eamon Gilmore, that I think is doing a fantastic job, and a gender and diversity ambassador that is also doing a fantastic job in order to promote the agenda of human rights and of gender and diversity. On the point of the energy of sanctions on nuclear, I think that we are all aware of the complexity of our system. Sanctions are decided at unanimity, so it means that all member states have to agree with it. But this does not mean that we are not working hard on this. And once again, I want to pay tribute to the work of the Swedish presidency that has put very openly and very clearly also this issue on the table. Wednesday, we have had a very, I think, important discussion in Brussels in the Committee of the Permanent Representatives about the way we want to bring forward our work when it comes to sanctions. And there are a number of delicate sectors and of sensitive sectors for some of the member states. I think that it's important to keep the sense of direction and let's say, as I was saying, preserving the unity of the group, which has been a big strength for us up until now.
Thank you. And then we continue with Eli Dan Barnard, please.
Thank you, Chairman. The Russian-related markets are no longer reliable. The necessity of broader extension to other areas of the world was specifically mentioned by the Secretary General a few minutes ago. My question is, are there any strategies or plans to involve or use the particular good relations of some of the EU member countries through the parliament or government in this process? Is it considered an engaging strategy in using the members' political resources? Thank you.
Thank you. And Titus Korlatian, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Ambassador Sanino raised the issue of the prosecution and a future tribunal for the Russian aggression, if I well understood. I would like to make a brief suggestion. You might have a look on the report and the resolution that have been adopted unanimously last year by the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe in Strasbourg on the accountability of the downing of the flight MH17. It happens that I was the rapporteur, and beyond the individual identified responsibility of the former Russian intelligence when using the Russian Buk missile system, the key issue was to establish the state responsibility of Russia in relation to the dramatic events from 2014. This was taken on board later by the judgment of the Hague Court in November last year, and later in January this year by the European Court of Human Rights' first judgment on the admissibility of 3 different complaints against Russia. It might be extremely helpful when discussing about the issue. Thank you.
Thank you. And then the floor goes to Inigo Barandiaran, please.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you very much indeed, Chair. There are clearly different priorities in the area of CFSP. It's something that we've seen in the previous panel when we were talking about the Arctic. And others have been mentioned by Mr. Sanino. One is war crimes in tribunal and the mention of a special tribunal. I'd like to ask Mr. Sanino whether it's necessary to gather evidence for this hypothetical tribunal, because this is one of the major problems that we'll have to look at. And I'm particularly worried about the abduction of minors in war zones, which have apparently been evacuated to Russia without authorization of the authorities. Another question relates to the issue of migration. Is migration part of the CFSP? We've seen the crisis in Sahel, for example, having its being related to the possibility of migratory crisis. So is migration also a significant part of CFSP? Thank you.
Thank you. And then the floor goes to Akif Sagatai Kilic, please.
Thank you. I would like to first of all thank all the good wishes and condolence wishes from all our participants regarding the earthquake that happened in my country, in Turkey. And we have lost more than 45,000 people of the Turkish nation to this earthquake. And a few couple of points. First of all, we are here in this meeting to show our solidarity. And I would like to remind everybody in this room that it was Turkish drones that have stopped the Russian tank columns from reaching Kiev. So when there's reference towards what Turkey is doing in this fight and in this struggle, I think it is right to remember this. And also, Turkey is the only country that has closed the straits, the Bosphorus and the Gallipoli Straits, to Russian warships to pass into the Black Sea. So we are doing our part. We will continue to do our part. And this is a serious meeting. We shouldn't be talking about hypothetical things, but facts. And I'm not going to go into bilateral issues with some countries or half countries that are represented here. I'm going to stick to the real issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Then we continue with Borko Stefanovic, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Since coming from Serbia and the region of the Western Balkans, I would like to stress out the importance of the attachment of the Western Balkans into the European integrations fully with new vigor, and especially knowing right now the situation that European Commission and EU are doing their best to help in diversification of energy supply to the countries that are candidate countries to join the European Union, but also I can say for the whole of the region that this is not the South, this is not, of course, Middle East with the importance of those regions. This is, in a certain way, the heart of Europe that expects concrete steps coming from European Union and concrete dates and encouragement along with Ukraine to speed up the process of accession to European Union. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And then we turn to General Secretary Sanino again, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. First of all, on the role of national parliament of. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Sorry, because I saw that the image was frozen. Concerning the role of Parliament in the work that can be done, no doubts about that. That it is it's a very positive. It's very important the role that the parliaments can play. I can say that we are working very closely with the European Parliament, and I have to pay tribute to the fantastic work of, in particular, of AFET committee in creating the conditions for a policy of the European Union in different areas. So welcome the role that Parliament can play from that point of view. The point of the tribunal is a complex from many points of view. There is a legal aspect that is relevant. We want to preserve as European Union the importance of in the centrality of the International Criminal Court. At the same time, we are also aware of the difficulties to establish a new ad hoc jurisdiction under the auspices of the United Nations. The legal experts are working since already now quite a few months, very much in cooperation with the Ukrainian legal expert, in order to find a solution, because we want to make it sure that the accountability is there, and that those who are responsible of these crimes are accountable to justice. The work is still going on. We have narrowed down the number of hypotheses to essentially two. One is ad hoc tribunal, another in a hybrid mechanism with the Ukrainian jurisdiction, but complemented by international judges. We'll see which is the one that has the best chances to produce, let's say, the result that we all want in terms of accountability. But I want to also to answer to the point of the minors that has been raised. This is for us extremely important, extremely relevant. Already in the 9th and the 10th package, we have sanctioned 12 high-profile persons that are involved in this terrible practice, and we are working very closely with the Polish authorities in particular to make it sure that, again, those who are responsible of this practice can be held responsible of their actions. We will have also a specific initiative that will be let's say, steered by the Polish government and the European Commission in this area. All horizontal policies, and now I'm coming to the point of migration, all horizontal policies can become security policies. That's, I'll say, the sad story, sad reality that we have learned. We have seen, in particular, when coming to migration, we have seen it, what Belarus did some months ago when they were going to Iraq or to other countries, taking refugees, bringing them to the border, and then trying to bring them into the Polish or Lithuanian or Latvian territory. So, I mean, unfortunately, a number of countries are instrumentalizing also this kind of policies, and that's something that we need to work on. On the Western Balkans and on Western Balkan integration, I think that the signals of encouragement and support are there. Speaking now in particular, thinking about Serbia, negotiations have started already years ago. A lot of effort has been put into these negotiations. There is a plan of investment that has been agreed by the European Union, and just a few days ago the Commissioner for Enlargement was in Serbia for the Belgrade-Niš railway element that was started also with the financial support of the European Union. I think that it is important the determination and the willingness of all sides to move boldly in this direction, and I see that the debate that is taking place in Serbia, as in other countries of the region, can, let's say, make us hopeful that things can be accelerated. Once again, the sense of direction is very important, and the willingness to do all the efforts that are necessary to join the European Union.
Thank you. Then we turn to Irakli Beraya, please.
Thank you. Secretary General, as you well know, Georgia remains EU's ally and key security partner in a very turbulent region. And the current level of our defense and security partnership demonstrates unprecedented dynamics. We're strongly committed to the principles of safety and security in Europe and stands with our partners and allies to uphold international peace and security. Georgia has been a significant contributor to EU-led crisis management operations and devoted to the approach in together, out together. Based on our shared values, our experience, our commitments, and deteriorated security environment, we believe our strong security partnership needs to be further deepened. We are ready and look forward to engage with EU in close cooperation along priorities spelled out in strategic compass, including through EU-NATO dialogue, participation in PESCO, and efforts to strengthen our joint resilience. Let me also stress that we attach great importance to the role EUMM plays in Georgia in maintaining peace and stability on the ground along the occupation line, and fully share the spirit of strategic compass that more robust CSDP missions should allow to adapt swiftly to new threats and further increase their effectiveness, especially in the view of new security contexts. And finally, I want to emphasize that Russia must be persistently and increasingly pressured to allow EUMM unimpeded access to occupied regions and implement EU-mediated six-point ceasefire agreement. Thank you.
Thank you. Then we turn to Mikhail Baikinovsky, please.
Dear participants, honorable colleagues, we are all aware that Russian influence is spreading in Balkan through Serbia. The Republic of Kosovo is among the first countries that have a sanction against Russia after its action of occupation against Ukraine, develops joint programs with NATO and is equipped by its member states, and we are also part of the group of 58 countries led by the United States that are helping Ukraine. Criminal paramilitary Wagner Group is not active only in Syria, Ukraine and Mali. They are active in Balkan. In this strategic compass, have you thought of including the Western Balkans as well? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Then the floor goes to Tobias B. Barcherle, please.
Thank you very much, dear colleagues. Without any doubt, our support must be firstly and with our highest priority to Ukraine. But we've been talking about that we need to commonly also look into our neighborhood. And in the shadow of the Russian war on Ukraine, authoritarianism is trying to have a comeback which we probably cannot accept. And this is not a what if it's happening in our nearest neighborhood, but it's actually a question which I want to ask regarding Tunisia. Because there the president recently had a blandly racist speech, endangering minorities, sub-Sahareans, targeting basically every foreigner living there, and also having many people being sacked, prosecuted for their freedom of speech. How is the European Union going to react, above all, since the African Union already told that this is not acceptable? And a quick second question. In this authoritarianism, digital authoritarianism is on the rise. Internet shutdowns, we all know how danger they have been for the people in Iran, but also Russia, who has targeting internet infrastructure in Ukraine. How are we trying to step up for free democratic internet that is actually for safe communication for everyone?
Thank you. Then we turn to Erkki Tuomioja, Finland, please.
Thank you. I raise a question which has been discussed in our Foreign Affairs Committee in Finland, the role of sanctions against individuals. It's not that we don't support these sanctions. These people have to be sanctioned, but we question the effectiveness of our system when we issue travel bans and freezing of assets to individuals who we suspect are parties to human rights violations or against crimes against humanity. Shouldn't we, instead of banning their travel to the European Union, encourage them to come to our countries and then put them on trial here? If we have the sufficient evidence to put them on the sanctions list, we should also have the evidence to put them on trial in an independent court. Thank you.
Thank you. Then we turn to George Karolas, please.
Yes, please. I would like to answer to my colleague from Turkey and remind him about the answer of Mr. Sanino before some minutes for what he said about the Republic of Cyprus as half states, and remind him some facts that it's unacceptable to call a full member of the European Union as a half state, since his country occupies by troops the half of my country since 1974. Turkey has to look first the human rights in their country, and at the same time they're depriving the human rights in my country. And also to remind him that he has to follow a path to, since they want to become a member of the European Union and harmonize with the human rights in the European Union as a whole. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Then we turn to the General Secretary Sanino, please.
Thank you, Chair. I have already spoken about the security element and the security work that the European Union is doing, and I think that the missions, including the UMM in Georgia, are an important part of this. Just want to remember that we have 18 between military and civilian missions in the world, in Africa, in the Caucasus, in Middle East, in the Balkans, and they are a very important instrument to provide security on the ground and create the link between security and development. And certainly the point of the policy that Russia is doing are very much present in the work that we are doing. Our strategy, our security strategy, including the work in strategic compass, it's something that we want to do with partners. It's one of the 4 chapters of the strategic compass is dedicated to partnerships. We have identified a number of relevant regional and national partners, and certainly we would be more than interested in developing a stronger security partnership also with the countries of the Western Balkans, and we are working in this direction. There is a lot of truth in what was said about the fact that authoritarianism is coming back. I think that I was mentioning this also in my introductory remarks. We will have a discussion, the foreign ministers of the European Union will have a discussion on Tunisia on the 20th of March, because we are interested in making sure that Tunisia can be on a constructive, positive path and is not becoming a country, especially after the hope of the revolution, becomes a country that can become unstable and export also instability. The point of the free and democratic internet, the point of the of how to protect from disinformation for the European Union is very important. I was mentioning a few times during my remarks the importance that we attach to the manipulation of information and interference, and to the fact that we need to, and we are doing now, we are seeing that freedom of expression is one thing, and we want to protect freedom of expression, but that the abuse of the openness of our system, it's another story. And that the fact that there are countries that are using and abusing this openness, it's something that we need to look at very carefully. We have sanctioned, it has not been an easy decision, but we have decided to sanction a number of Russian outlets that were essentially spreading propaganda. It was not the freedom of expression. They were spreading spreading lies, and they were trying through this to influence the decision processes in our country. And that's something that we need to be very careful of. We have done it in areas, in the trade area, for example, with the screening of the investment, with the anti-coercion measures. We have been able to protect without becoming protectionist. And we have to do the same also in these critical areas, with care, with attention, but also with a lot of determination. And this is something that we are doing here, but now I see that the United States, United Kingdom are also working in this same direction. Concerning the effectiveness of sanctions, Minister, good to see you, even if on screen. Sanctions are, let's say, we always say they are a means and not an end. They are a means to let's say, to change the nature, the character of action that has been performed by countries, for people or entities, and we will continue working in that direction. I think that's very evocative, the idea of bringing people in our countries and try them. It's not easy, especially in a country like Russia. But I mean, it's a sort of very evocative suggestion.
Thank you. Now we have three more on the speakers list, and they have all three promised to be very efficient. So if I'll let you have the floor, and then we have the final concluding remark from the General Secretary. We will be ending this session almost on time. So please, Michael Gahler, please.
Yes, thank you very much. Excuse me, Mr. Sanino, but I have to come back on your answer to my colleague Bachele on Tunisia, and I think that was not an appropriate answer. I really wonder what has to happen that we speak out clearly on the situation in Tunisia. I mean, we are almost back to Ben Ali's situation in this country, and the recent hate speech of the president as a reaction, I think, also of the low turnout for the parliamentary elections. 11% of the voters turned out for these parliamentary elections, and I think he is stuck with his political program and is now looking for guilty people. What shall we do if the African Union says they are deeply shocked and concerned about this, and we see the consequences in the street of the country that Africans are harassed there and persecuted, and more than 50 people have been arrested, politicians, activists, UGTT, trade unionists. I think we need to answer more and just to continue business as usual. I would like to have a more precise answer on this unbearable situation in the country. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephanie Mpin, please.
Yes, thank you very much. I'll be very brief, I promise. I just wanted to get back to what our Turkish colleague just said. And with all due respect, but I just wanted to make clear also as a representative of another small country that we don't have countries in the European Union. Our friends from Cyprus are full and valued members of the European Union, and I just wanted to say also that respecting each other and our sovereignty is actually the basis of a sound security infrastructure in Europe and the world. So I just wanted to get things straight here. Thank you.
Thank you. And then finally, the floor goes to Borko Stefanovic, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Brief remark, really, importance of attachment of the region to any sorts of assistance coming from the EU with energy diversification is essential, and of course we commend everything that Mr. Sanino just said, and of course just once more to stress out the importance, especially now, of territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine, which we fully support as a country, and we would never ever allow anyone to doubt that this principle should be implied everywhere. We stress, and of course any terrorist groups or people coming out to European soil, and especially in our country, should and will be tackled in a proper legal way, and that's something that no one in Europe should have any doubts that Serbia will stand in solidarity with the rest of our continent with a joint perspective and solidarity. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And then your final concluding remarks, General Secretary Sannino, please.
Thank you very much. Maybe just a reply to the question of Mr. Galler. I was not trying to say that we have to have a business as usual policy towards Tunisia in the present circumstances. I was saying that on the 20th, the ministers will debate the issue and will define the policy of the Union vis-à-vis Tunisia. I think that we are all aware of what is happening in the country and the political developments. We are also aware of the importance for the people of Tunisia not to be drawn into a situation of economic, social difficulty. I'm thinking also about the work that is being done, for example, by the IMF and the pressure that we can put in order for the country to reach an agreement with the IMF. I just, at this stage, I think it would be premature on my side to preempt the debate that the ministers will have in a couple of weeks' time. But the fact itself that they will is a signal of the fact that we see that there is a need to work on that and to look carefully at the evolution or involution of the situation in the country. Mr. Chair, I mean, I don't want to prolong the debate. I think that we have had the possibility of really going through a very large number of issues. I would like to stress once again that we have now a sort of immediate challenge, immediate threat, which is the Russian aggression against Ukraine, how we can and how we need to keep on supporting Ukraine, which is, I know that it may sound a little bit rhetorical, but I think that they are defending not only the integrity of their territory, but also the security of our continent. And it is not us that have started this war. It has been Russia, it has been Putin that has chosen to do so. And we need to be able to stand in support with Ukraine in this that I think it's a common challenge. This war has also had a very huge effect on the international relations. We've also spoken very often about the idea of the tectonic shift that have taken place, but it is true that it's moved a number of things that seem to be no longer questionable. We have seen that economic security has become a big issue for all of us. The instrumentalization of the policies has become a pattern for some countries, and we need to be able to resist to this. This means that we need to revise the supply chains. We need to rethink the way we work with third countries. Again, as I was saying, also when it comes to China, this is not mean that we need to delink or to decouple. That's not really the point, but I need to be sure that we are not subject of possible threats coming from outside. We need to take care of our security, and we need to, and that's also, I think, a very important role for the Parliament, both the European and the national parliaments, to make it clear to all our citizens that security has a cost. For many years, we have been forgetting this point. We have not invested sufficiently in security. And I think that I'm saying this in a country that has made a dramatic choice from a certain point of view, but also a very strategic choice to decide to move into a military alliance like NATO. This is not something that I suppose your country has done lightly, but at the same time, you have also seen the necessity of moving in this direction. So we'll need to make it sure that also our citizens are aware that we are in a situation that deserves an extra effort, an extra sacrifice, but I'm also very much reassured that looking at the polls in Europe, that our citizens do understand that and do understand the need to stand by Ukraine for what is happening in the country, for solidarity with Ukraine, but also for defending our freedom and our democracy.
Thank you very much, General Secretary Sannino, for those concluding remarks, and thank you for taking your time being with us here in Stockholm and this conference. And this also marks the end of the thematic sessions of this conference. And now I would want to invite Mr. David McAllister, Chairman of the Committee of Foreign Affairs in the European Parliament and co-chair of this IPC, to share with us some concluding reflections. Please.
Right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I know that you're all in a hurry to catch flights back home, so I promise you I will be very brief. First of all, I would like to thank all of you for contributing to what I believe has been an extremely interesting and relevant conference. I would like to thank our Swedish colleagues. And here we have Kenneth Forslund, the Vice Speaker, with us this afternoon for an outstanding job. It was wonderful to be here in Stockholm, and you have been excellent hosts. Tack så mycket, as you say in Swedish. Thank you very much. The discussions we have had are important, and they need to continue. And I now look forward to working with our Spanish colleagues, and the head of our delegation, Ana Maria Botella, is here, on the next edition of this conference. And we decided this at yesterday's Troika meeting, that the next conference will take place in Madrid from the 3rd to the 5th of September. Sunday the 3rd to Tuesday the 5th of September. And then I guarantee you we will also have a participation of the High Representative and Vice President of the Commission, Josep Borrell, who couldn't be with us this time in Stockholm because he was attending the G20 Foreign Affairs Summit in India. So, hope to see you all in Madrid in September. And now I hand over to Kenneth.
Well, thank you, Mr. McAllister, for these reflections. As this IPC on the CFSP, CSDP comes to an end, I would like to, on behalf of the co-chairs, express our gratitude to all participants for your contributions and insights during these 2 days. These 2 days, we have had the opportunity to discuss the threats and challenges facing the EU in the realm of foreign security and defense policy. We have also had the chance to reflect on opportunities and ways forward, how the threats are mitigated and the challenges countered. It is vital that we continue these discussions in an efficient and constructive fashion. Though through cooperation and determination, we create the most favorable conditions for security and prosperity on our continent and beyond. The EU must remain committed to its values and principles, to human rights, democracy, the rule of law, and act as a responsible global actor. This is important to all of us. I thank you, esteemed colleagues, for participating in engaging discussions, sometimes a little bit heated, about the most pressing issues on foreign policy, security and defense in the EU. Discussions that I would argue are more important than in a long time. A year ago in Paris, this conference took place just days after tanks crossed the border into Ukraine and Russia unlawfully full-scale invasion brought the horrors of war back to Europe. The EU must remain firm in our support of Ukraine. and in our condemnation of the violations of international law committed by the Russian authority. We stand in solidarity with the Ukrainian people and fully support their right to live and prosper in peace and security. As we conclude this conference, I again wish to express my thanks and appreciations to all our speakers, panelists and participants. I would also like to take the opportunity to hand over the word to my Spanish colleague representing the chair of the next IPC on the CFSP, CSDP. Ms. Botella, the floor is yours, please.
Queridos colegas, muchas
Dear colleagues, thank you. Thank you to the European Parliament. Thank you to our host, the Swedish Parliament. Thank you to the Swedish presidency that has hosted us here. We felt very much at home with excellent weather, I have to say. So my role is to extend an invitation to all of you, dear colleagues, to the next conference of ours, the next IPC that will take place in Madrid, as David McAllister has said, from the 3rd to the 5th of September. Please, I would ask all of you to come at the highest possible level, all members. There's nothing more important at these times to be able to, or rather than to be able to come together and talk about the CFSP. All of those represented here, members of the EU, members of the European Parliament, observer countries, we have huge challenges ahead and we need to pool all our resources to defend the interests, the democratic values of Europe. I'd encourage you then to participate. I hope very much the weather will be as good in September. I'm pretty confident it will. It normally is in Madrid at these times. So it will be great to see you. We'll have a lot on our agenda, a lot of work to do. See you soon.
Well, thank you for all the warm words. I'm pleased to announce that a joint statement by the co-chairs of this conference is going to be available at the Riksdag website at 4 p.m. And thank you all again. Once again, I wish you a safe journey home, and by this, the conference is concluded.